Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise. On his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
Yes. Welcome to another episode of the LANCESCURV show. A very special episode because we have Brother Zamal Temaray as promised, and the title of this show is Legal Tricks and Corporate Fictions. Now, you know the style of Brother Zamal and how he teaches, and I know that this is going to be a very entertaining and very educational episode because we know how he digs deep. So I just want to have you share your thanks in the comments section while we bring Brother Zamal in. Brother Zamal, you're loud and clear. Talk to us, brother. I'm glad you're here. We were going to do this last night, but we said, okay, we'll do it tonight. And I just want to let you flow, man. I'm all ears, and I'm ready to be taught, man. I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, we were going to do it last night, but LANCESCURV was tripping, so we didn't do it.
Yeah, it was a weird vibe because I did videos, I did live streams, nothing worked out. I'm like, listen, I'm not going to do it.
Lance was two-timing, and I don't know what he was doing, sneaking around, and I don't know what he was doing.
I'm cheating on my YouTube channel, right? I had all these graphics up and stuff, so I threw this one together really quick. So, we good, and like I said,
promised me a dance. I never got the dance, so here I am now.
Well, here you are in the club. Everything is paid for. You got the limo outside, the beautiful women to dance with, and all the food next door at the restaurant that you can eat, and everybody's ready. They're filing in. You know me.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna talk my way out of it. I'm gonna do it, right?
I'm here. Vegas can't be choosy, but I like to issue greetings to the global melanated family.
Yes.
And it's always a privilege to share. It's also a privilege to receive. The prior transmission you had, I only heard part of the last show, but from what I gathered, this brother was very humble.
Yes.
I got very positive vibes from this brother. And I think I just heard like the last part of the show, and I kind of got bits and pieces, but I would have to go back to the beginning. And I think that's a good type of show to share with someone that you may know with physical ailments or with different types of infirmities, to get them away from these, I guess, often arrogant, brainwashed and undereducated medical doctors. They're steeped in medical dogma, but not medical fact, and they are practitioners,
not healers.
They are they're practicing on you, their dogma and their belief system, and they call it allopathy or allopathic medicines. Allopathic medicine. But I really enjoyed that, and I want to go back to it, and I wanted to send it out to a couple of people that I thought about. So the good thing about this show is that there's something for everybody. And it's like it's like a cafeteria style offering. You get the cafeteria, you can take this from the menu or that from the menu, and it's all positive. So because we know we're not a monolithic people. We have different expressions and different persuasions. We're of different stripes, different hues, different shapes, different sizes, different weight classes, different socioeconomic brackets, and just all different. So, but the good thing about this is all family, and there is something for everyone.
That's right.
So I'm proud to be one of the listeners that referred to me as a substitute teacher. I never thought of myself as a substitute teacher, but I think now that I thought about it, I am a substitute for all of the hogwash that's been that's been relayed and portrayed, and in these classrooms. And I think when more I thought about it, I thought, that's a highly esteemed title, and I accept that.
I'd like to add on to that to really define it for what they meant, and I knew what they meant. You're a substitute teacher, but you're that substitute teacher that we like better than the regular teacher. You're that teacher that when you come in as a substitute, We get happy because we know it's something good. And when you have to go, it's like, oh man, that's my favorite right there. See? So yeah, we're going in for a regular day, like, oh God, we got to go through this again. And all of a sudden we see the subject, oh man, Brother Zamal, Tamaray, he's coming today. You're here? Oh man, it's gonna be dope. And you know what? The students behave better with you as a substitute than the main teacher who they don't like, who doesn't give a damn about the style of them digesting the important information there. You take time and you present it just right. You're that waiter that dresses up everything right when they bring the food out, and it's like, wow, that extra touch. Here's a huge tip for you. You see what I mean? Because we're getting the benefit of many, I won't even say hours, weeks, months, years. There's no way you can speak like you do. Even though you research, if I took everything away from you as far as paperwork, because you're not shuffling papers, you may have something here or there next to you, but it's in you. You haven't internalized it. It's like this. Okay, we're talking about legal tricks and corporate fictions. Okay, let's say in that world, you know, we know that lawyers are usually liars or whatever, but here's the process, okay? Neither good or bad, but when you look at it, a lawyer studies books. He studies everything legal, the laws, the different things. And as he goes on in the practice of law, in the court, he doesn't need to bring all the books with him. He becomes the representative of that law because he's read and absorbed so much. And that's you. Even though you may not be a lawyer, you have studied so much, and it's from our side of things. And you're a champion to us, brother, because any European that comes in and has their so-called facts or slanted facts, you bring the whole thing and you smash all of that stuff down. So that's why we always applaud you. And I'll shut up.
Well, I'm grateful, but I have to say that, and I do appreciate those words, but I have to say that the people that came before me were the ones that pulled me up. And many of my mentors I mentioned before, one of my greatest mentors was Elijah Muhammad.
Yes.
Obviously, I wasn't around when he was around, but I've read his work, and I've looked at his methodology and his plan, and how he operated, and the way he uplifted the black people as best he could, quite effectively, I might add. Minister Louis Farrakhan, I learned a great deal from him. I learned a great deal from Brother Steve Coakley. I learned a great deal from Brother Khalid Muhammad.
Yes.
Don't want to forget that brother. That brother was a firebrand. And I learned, and I'm still learning a great deal, actually drowning in information that this brother's putting out. Dr. Malachi Z. York, a.k.a. Panabab Yanun, or Yananin, many different names. Some of the names mean the same thing, just in different languages. And of course, I mentioned that he has different lineages. So different lineages in Africa, you're going to have different names. So, I really credit those brothers for lifting me up and really giving me guidance in terms of what a man should be.
Yes.
I mean, none of them are perfect, but I wouldn't be the person that I am now without them to kind of extend that lifeline. So I'm just a continuum and a long line of, I guess, freedom fighters, revolutionaries.
You represent them well.
Consider myself, well, I'm not, I just consider myself to be a lay person with an acute, desire to learn and to grow and to pass on, what I've learned to others, to uplift them. Because if this information did this for me, I can imagine what it can do for others. And it's funny, everyone that I know that learned under either Louis Farrakhan or Dr. Khalid Muhammad or any of those people, Dr. Steve Coakley or Dr. Malachi Z. York, all those people that I know, those people are like walking encyclopedias. I mean,
yes.
They embody excellence.
As a footnote, I have to say, I don't know if you knew, but I had the pleasure of connecting with Steve Coakley Jr., who pretty much is walking in the footsteps.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Looks just like his.
And he's living over in Ghana right now, and there's some things we're definitely going to do in the future. So to continue that on, and it's a wonderful thing. And I say, okay, yes, there were many that you learned from, but this is not a race amongst our people. but this is a relay race, and they have passed the baton on to you, and they're on the sidelines cheering you on. You see, and you're running with that baton, and you're passing it on to others that you don't even know through this show, and in the future through all who've crossed your path. So this is your time to shine. So I thank you for being the one with that baton, passing stuff down and adding on in the modern day what is happening now and constructing it in a way that is easily digestible for us in this modern day and age to make sense of what has come before us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's important to do that. And, we learn from the mistakes of our predecessors. We learn that no one man should be the totality of any single movement. That man has to multiply himself and fractionate himself and subdivide himself and become basically he has to become what is the word? You know what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. But one thing that is the genius of Dr. Malachi Z. York is that he has so many students, and he did not hoard the information for himself, because the information has to be shared. In order for you to have to be truly free, the information has to be shared. And that's why I encourage people to take your videos and just spread them everywhere, and even have them transcribed. Yes. Because this is a temporary medium. We know that these aggressors, these racial aggressors, are not happy about what they see, and they're trying to lock down everybody because they know that we're in the process of breaking the shackles, mentally and in other ways. So they want to they basically want to lock us down. And it's funny how these folks initially would deceive it, this pandemic, as I called it in my very first video that I did, I think over a month ago. Initially, it was the Chinese, then it became the other European peoples, and then all of a sudden it became the black people as the target. But that was the intended target from the very outset anyway.
Exactly.
So now they were saying, I heard this fat governor in one of the states saying that, we need to have blacks to provide their plasma, because their plasma contains the antibodies to cure this disease. So now they want to kill off a bunch of black people, which is what they have been doing for so long. And it's funny how, and I know a lot of people, and I'm not a religious guy, so I know I mentioned different people like Mr. Farrakhan. I'm not a religious guy at all. I've transcended religion. Just want to make that clear. He wrote a book one time, and he talked about how, remember that thing they call angel dust?
Yes.
They called it PCP, phenyl cyclohexylpiperidine, or something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they called it. And he said that one of the ways that they kill off, future, I guess you can call them golden children, because we've been producing children, but we've been not producing them in the proper way. Yes. But he said that they take a hypodermic needle, and they stick the needle into the base of the baby's brain with the drug called PCP. And they called it angel dust for a reason, because they're referring to you. You're the angels. And it says that this injection can reduce an angelic being to mere dust when it's injected into the hippocampus area of the brain, basically making you a forgetful being and killing the memory. So that's what they want to do to us. And that's why they want to block up the sun. All of this has to do with us, whether we want to accept it or not.
Yes.
And it also, when you look at the COINTELPRO, for the much younger listeners, maybe you're in your teens that don't know about that, that was the counterintelligence program of the older heads would know about that. Like the 20 or maybe 30 and over would know maybe about that. The counterintelligence program of I believe it was the FBI. And what was their stated intention was to prevent the rise of a black messiah. This is how they characterize us. Mm-hmm. So we are the targets. We are the ones that have these superhuman, dormant superhuman powers.
That's right.
And they want to suppress those. So that's what it's all about.
But brother, I just want to say that there are many people out there over the years, and I'm not thumbing my nose at them, but there are people who, over the years, as I hinted at things along those lines, because the way you broke it down so brilliantly, I wasn't on that level yet, but I see it, but I was always on to something. And there are many people who, it's not personal, but they wrote people like myself and others off as a quack. And I often wonder, where are these people now with their comments? Where are these people now who say, no, the government is good and not all white people are this and this and that, and the system would never do anything to us like that. That's in the past. You're just walking around with
Right.
a lot of anger. Look at how
Right.
things are turning out right now. And again, in the very beginning, when this thing came out, I did a short video walking out in the street for about 3 minutes asking what was the racial breakdown of these people who have this virus. Even though we knew they say it started in Wuhan, China, why aren't we getting it? They kept it secret then because I knew from then they were going to somehow, some way turn it around on black people, and it's not going to be good. They flipped it, and they did that on purpose.
They flipped it.
That's right. That's right.
Mhm. Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. So normally when I do a talk, I usually try to keep it short.
Yes,
But this time I'm just gonna kind of let it. I'm gonna kind of let it flow.
Yeah, let it flow, brother.
I'm just gonna let it flow.
Do you think?
And I kept in mind also. I thought about you. You have these truck drivers that listen to the shows, and you know, I never thought about those guys.
Yes, they're out there right now driving, and they appreciate it. You know, they appreciate.
Wow, I wonder how many.
Yep.
I wonder how many actually listen. That would be nice to know.
I would say definitely hundreds, if not thousands. I don't mean like right now, but
wow,
they're going to be some right now, but they're going to be some because some are sleeping, some are up because it's nighttime, and they can get more mileage in. But they love it, and I've gotten over the years really thousands of appreciation letters. Not and again, here's the funny part: not even just truck drivers in the United States. Truck drivers are all over the world. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to hear that. I kind of looked out on your show, man, and I'm known for doing some long ones. I think the longest one I did was 14 hours, right? An 8 hour, 9 hour, 8 hour, 9 hour, 10 hour, all up in there, and a lot of 6 and 5 and 7 and 8s and whatnot. But they really appreciate those. And people often say, well, before they do the show, they said, Lance, I'm kind of jumping around. I said, this is how we communicate. We don't communicate like we're reading off a sheet. It's like when you're when you're behind in a line somewhere behind somebody who's on their phone and you hear sister, girl, the other day I went to this party. The party was so dope. But you know who I ran into? I ran into so-and-so. And yeah, you know what we were talking about the other day? Sister so-and-so got pregnant. And then our minds are following that. So we as a people don't think in one narrow mind to see. We're not like white folks who, what do they mean by that? You're talking about a few separate things. We have a multi-track mind. They can't get down with us like that. That's why they're so fascinated with our rhythm, our ability with the linguistics and the rap and all this stuff. And just, they can't, it overwhelms them. So they just smile and look at it like these niggas are amazing. But we can communicate with each other because we come from a higher spiritual level that they could never reach. So when we talk, we don't have to apologize for that. We use English, those of us who speak it. But again, like I said, that's a verbal straitjacket. So we don't have to talk that way.
Verbal straitjacket, yes. Right. That's absolutely right. You are absolutely right. Well, what I wanted to do was I thought about this topic because last topic I did was dealt with government. What type of government do we really have? And I thought that this will be a perfect companion to that, to delve even more deeply into what we actually this matrix that we exist in right now. So I called it Legal Tricks and Corporate Fictions, and that's exactly what it's going to be about. Now, 3 things I want to cover. I would say today, but it's actually evening now. So 3 things I want to cover in this. But first of all, I wanted to, it's funny when you think about everything that's transpiring, you think about why are these illegitimate powers, why are they treating us like peons, tools, and throwaways? And not just us, increasingly their own kind.
Brothers, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I want to say that this one comment I have to share. Queen Chantel said, I'm driving the bus right now from New Jersey to New York listening. You see what I mean?
Oh,
big up to
nice.
Queen Chantel right now. You know what I mean? So
Queen Chantel.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Queen Chantel, be safe out there while you drive.
Yes. I'm not going to interrupt you anymore. I just had to say that.
Oh no, you're good.
All right.
You're good. This is an organic conversation, and that's how we flow,
There you go.
But why do they feel emboldened to do what they do in the first place? So like I said, I want to cover 3 things, 3 main points. I may take a while to get from one point to the next, but the first thing I wanted to talk about was We want to find out the true reason why so many words or phrases we use, they often relate back to one element, and that's the element of water. So that's the first thing. Why do so many words and phrases that we use in our speech relate or take us back to water or water concepts? Then the second thing I wanted to do was to basically lay bare the secret and very ugly relationship between government, big business, and you. Okay, and then we'll look at the historical timeline to find out exactly how we got to this place or this space in the first place. You know, so, and I'll probably repeat myself a lot because I've noticed on a lot of your videos, they've been cutting your videos out, and the sound disappears, and it's just empty spaces. So, hello?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm right here, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I thought we hung up. Okay.
No. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make some tea, and it's going to make that big noise. So I'm going to mute myself, but I'm here listening to everything. It's just going to take 2 minutes.
Go ahead, brother.
All right.
Go ahead. Good.
Just flow.
Okay.
Don't apologize for nothing. This is warfare in the world. Clench your fists, your intellectual fists, and swing to knock out the ignorance and do your thing, brother. And we ain't staying 15 rounds. You're going to knock this joke out in the first round, but we'll celebrate for the next 14.
Yeah, we're going to obliterate the enemy.
Yes.
So my thing is just an observation on my part. Has anyone ever noticed the large number of words and terms and phrases in language that relate back to water? You know, it's in everyday language. It's very noticeable in the legal realm, and most especially, you know, it's common in the language of business and commerce. And what is the significance of this? You know, do these words and phrases have a double meaning? Does someone know something that we don't, that the rest of us don't? You know, is this language a confession of an alternative set of facts? Does it signify the existence of two different realities, you know, of a parallel world even? Maybe one part of a fake illusion or matrix and the other accepted as real and normal. So my question is this purpose or the purpose trivial or harmless, or could you consider it to be maybe malevolent and insidious? So and another thing people should probably think about, what are the legal ramifications, if any, related to this type of word usage? You know, could this type of double talk, or some people call it double speak, could it even signify that we are under a different type of legal system and not under the law of the land? So this evening we'll investigate and answer all these questions basically in more in a considerable detail. And there's much detail I'll cover as I plan to cover. It will not. I still won't consider it to be an exhaustive, dive into this topic, but it will definitely give you plenty of food for thought, and you'll definitely be equipped to know a lot more than even most, and even a lot of lawyers don't even know this information because I talk to them. But if you look at our language, there's many, and I don't want to say our language because it's not our language. It's the foreign language that we use, no matter where we are on the planet. There are numerous examples of what I call water-based terminology. So if you look at different words, like the word, a lot of the words that I notice, they have the last, the suffix or the ending of the word, it ends in the word ship. Like, consider the word judgeship. And then you have the word ownership. And then, of course, you have the word censorship, which is where they're trying to take us right now. I call this Orwellian state. If anybody's read George Orwell, you know what I'm talking about. This Orwellian state that they want to take us to. They want to put, basically the brakes on a free flow of ideas, and they're telling people what they can and cannot say as little corporate dictators, as exemplified by the clowns that run Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. They're deplatforming people like crazy. So that's censorship. Then, of course, you have another word, guardianship. If someone writes a book, or if they're the author of a book, you have a state where they call that authorship. If someone is a leader, male, female, they call that leadership. Of course, if you're a citizen of a country, you're in a state of citizenship. Of course, if you're a ruler or a potentate or a dictator or an emperor, you would be in a state of rulership. If you are a person, let's say you're one of these, let's say Republicans, who no matter what their president does, they have no criticism and they love him all the more, no matter what he does. Or if you are, or an Obama bot, you know, if you like the prior president that we had, and no matter what he would do that was detrimental to your cause, you would never even complain about him. In a state like that, you would be called a partisan. A partisan is someone who firmly sticks to a party or to a cause or to a faction, kind of like a zealot, you know. And this would be especially so, or it would especially refer to someone that exhibits like blind prejudice, like a religious zealot. So if something like that, you would call that a partisan, or that person would be in a state of partisanship. So you got citizenship, leadership, authorship, guardianship, censorship, ownership, judgeship, stewardship. And then there's other ships too. You know, there's relationships, man and woman, or man and animal. You can have a relationship with an animal. If you have a pet dog, that's a relationship. You can have a state of lordship. If you are a lord in England, I guess, you can have, you go to these different municipalities, they call them, some of them townships. Then you have the word worship. You go to church, you go to, or any religious institution, you're in a state of worship. If you receive monies from a college or monies to go to college, that's called a scholarship. And then, of course, you have business relationships. That could be, two individuals or a group of individuals that run a business. That could be a partnership. And then, of course, you have what they call in the religious circles fellowship. You have, when you go to a car dealer, it's a dealership. If you are training for a specific trade, like let's say you want to be an elevator operator, painter, electrician, welder, you might go through what they call an apprenticeship. If you own a business, that business could be, if it's a single individual, what do they call that? They call that a sole proprietorship. And then, of course, if you, let's say you're one of the followers of Christ, you would be in a state of discipleship. So we have all these words that end in ship, and some people say, well, that really is just coincidence. Well, let's see if that's a coincidence. Let's look at some phrases that deal with, that are water-based. Let's look at the phrase money in circulation. You know how money is in circulation? Money is in circulation just like water circulates. And then you have balance sheets. You have to balance your books in the world of business, or in the business realm. Well, balance, when it comes to when it deals with water, balance is where a boat finds its level. And also ships. Ships, they actually go under if they're not balanced, which is common sense. And then think about the word currency. Currency. C-U-R-R-E-N-C-Y, currency, money. And of course, you have the parallel in the realm of water with currents in a sea, and it's phonetically similar or the same as the word currency, but you would spell that current, C-U-R-R-E-N-T, next word S-E-A, as opposed to C-U-R-R-E-N-C-Y. So you have currency, money, and you have currents in a sea. And then, of course, you have the issue of corporate branches or branch offices or bank branches, just like you have river branches or branches in a river. But it gets deeper than that. There's so many other examples I can think of. Like if you are watching the ongoings of Congress and you see what they're doing without our consent, basically taxation without any type of representation. They represent themselves. They pass bills in the House, for example. And of course you have the issue of a dollar bill. So that's two words that use the word bill. But if you go and research ships and you look at, say, a ship's anchor, pull up a ship's anchor, get a visual of what the anchor looks like. There's different parts of the ship's anchor. And there's one part of the anchor called the fluke. And the fluke has a part on it that's called the bill. The bill is on one side of the fluke. And it's spelled the same way that you spell the word dollar bill, B-I-double-L, or the same type of bill that you have that is passed in Congress. So it relates to that because a dollar bill or an actual bill on a ship keeps a ship anchored, just like bills in this monetary system are designed to keep you in poverty. And then think about other words or other phrases like a bank bailout or corporate bailout. These companies get bailed out all the time, like in the recent legislation that they passed, where they gave you crumbs and they gave trillions to these reprobate companies. So there's the concept of bank bailouts. You have also court bailiffs, B-A-I-L-I-F-F, court bailiffs. And then you have the phrase bailing someone out of jail, bailout, bailing someone out of jail. So that all relates to, that's in the terminology, but on the water side of things, you have the concept of bailing relating to using a bucket to remove water from a boat or a ship. So again, this terminology keeps relating back to water for some strange reason. And then you think about a company losing money. A company losing money is said to be bleeding red ink. They are bleeding red ink. Or they are also said to be in the black if they're making money. You're in the black. I'm sure you guys have heard that before. I don't know what type of phraseology they use in other countries, but I know what they use here in America. And it's similar terminology, I'm sure, in Britain and other English-speaking countries and in other countries in general. But that relates to ink, because ink is a form of liquid, and liquid takes you right back to water. And then if you think about how they say the dollar, if you look on your dollar bill, the dollar bill reads in small print. It says this dollar or this note is legal tender, meaning this is lawful money. This is money that is accepted as legal tender. But you also have the concept of a tender that refers to a type of ship that comes from a boat that travels to the shore. So you have a larger ship, and that larger ship sends out a smaller ship, and that smaller ship is called a tender, T-E-N-D-E-R. Think about when you have a check, and what do they call that phrase? Floating a check. And then they have another phrase, where they tell you to stay afloat financially. When you're I'm just trying to keep my head above water. I'm just trying to stay afloat financially. Well, you have the concept of ships floating on water, like, on the currency. Ships float on water. And then, many people have heard the phrase, or they know the phrase, inflation, where they're talking on TV, if it's maybe a financial television program or financial news, inflation of the economy. They don't understand what the implications of that is for them in terms of their pocketbook. But you hear these terms, inflation of the economy, or how inflation basically reduces or erodes the value of your money. That's exactly what it does. Because a house that would be purchased in 1900s, let's say, versus a house purchased today in 2020, the house price is completely different. You can probably get a house back then for $10,000 or less, versus a house today, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 and up easily. So we have this concept of inflation on our language side, but on the water side, you have the concept of life preservers or boats on a boat or a ship, which would be inflatable. So again, these words are interchangeable between our language and also between the realm of water. And think about some other terms. There's a term called, well, back to inflation. One thing I wanted to say about that, inflation is kind of like an invisible virus. And what it does is it constantly eats away at your wealth. And believe it or not, you study enough monetary history, you'll find out that it was purposely designed to be that way, to rob you of your wealth. I won't tell you why right now, because I'll be getting off into a whole different, another area, but I kind of want to stick to this right now with this relationship to language and water. So you think about the term when they say liquidate your assets. When you liquidate your assets, you basically have to sell your assets, or the concept of liquidation, or someone who could be referred to as liquidated, which would be humans. You'll understand that later. Liquidated companies are said to be dissolved, dissolved, dissolved. You know how you dissolve like something in a pill in water? Well, again, this takes you right back to water terminology, because liquid is water and ingredients dissolve in water. And then you have this other term they call you hear these terms every single day, cash flow. Cash flows like water flows. You think this is a coincidence? I think not. Think about this other term they use, solvency. If you're insolvent, that means you're not able to pay your debts. If you're solvent, that means you are able to pay your debts. So this word solvency or insolvency or solvent, that relates right back to water, because it has the same root as the word dissolve or the word solvent. Solvent is something that's able to dissolve in water or another solution. So again, we're back to the realm of water. We just can't get away from water. And then you have corporate officers in a corporation, corporate officers. But you also have the parallel of people on a ship called officers. Officers are called that on a ship. And then, of course, you have, you go to a store, they entice you in with those, what they call sales, S-A-L-E, or something is for sale. And just sound check. Everything good? We good? I'm assuming everything is good and everybody can hear me loud and clear.
It couldn't be better, brother.
Good. I'm going to do that periodically just to make sure.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm not talking to myself. So sale.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to myself. That's part of the beauty of and joy of being on this show. I'm not just talking to myself.
Oh no.
So that's good. So you have sale, S-A-L-E, then something on sale or something that's for sale. And then of course you have sales on ships, S-A-I-L-S. You have sailors on ships, S-A-I-L-O-R-S. So these words are phonetically the same. And then you have loan sharks. Of course, everybody knows where a shark resides, or swimming with the sharks. These are business terms or business terminology. Sharks are in the ocean. And then, of course, you have the phrase liberty. Liberty relates to politics, or liberty relates to, that's a term that they use in the political realm. But they didn't tell you that sailors need to have permission or liberty to leave a ship. That's liberty. That's not really freedom, by the way. But they sold it to us as freedom. And then when you go into a hospital, they have these nursery rooms, right? And then they have babies, and babies have navels, right? And then the word nativity is related to the word navel. And you may have heard the term a child's nativity. So delivery room, babies' navels, nativity. That all relates to the word Navy. Navy, N-A-V-Y. N-A-V-Y, that's the root word in the word nativity. And then you have, naval, N-A-V-E-L, which is, very, very similar. It's actually related to these words are related. Navy, N-A-V-Y, Navy, or naval, N-A-V-E-L, basically the same words. And then, of course, you have birth. A baby is born. You have B-I-R-T-H, birth. A baby is born, and they come from the birth canal. But a ship also has a birth, because a ship is said to sit in its berth, B-E-R-T-H. So the ship sits in its berth, and it travels through canals. Think that's a coincidence? And what about doctors? Doctors and loading docks. Loading docks are on land. You're driving down the street, you go behind one of these big box stores, and they have loading docks. But loading docks apply to water, because a ship sits in a water dock, not a land-based vehicle. So either they're confused, or for some reason, they keep taking us back to water. And language is conversation. Language is actually communication. They're actually communicating something to us. And then you have birth certificates. Did you know that a birth certificate is the same as what they call a certificate of manifest? A birth certificate is printed on commercial paper, like financial paper or a promissory note. We call those promissory notes. Those notes signify, did you know that those notes signify human property and a traded asset? So in the realm of water, you have a birth certificate or a certificate of manifest. They call it not a B-I-R-T-H certificate, but a B-E-R-T-H certificate. They sound the same, and they are related. A birth certificate or a certificate of manifest is what a ship's captain has to produce. It lists all of the ship's assets or property after birthing, B-E-R-T-H-I-N-G, not B-I-R-T-H-I-N-G, it's B-E-R-T-H-I-N-G, after the ship births. After birthing the ship at the dock, that's what they have to produce. A certificate of manifest or a birth certificate, B-E-R-T-H. But I'm not finished, because there's so many other words and so many other phrases that, you will probably take for granted. But me, I'm nosy. I like to dig. And I see something, I take it, I just run with it. And I'm like that, what do you call that animal that burrows into hole, that mole? He just digs and digs and digs. That's me. But think about this term or this phrase. You know how they say corporate leaders are at the helm of a company? He's at the head or the helm of a company, H-E-L-M, a helm. He's at the helm of the company. Well, a captain is at the helm of a ship. That is ship-based terminology. They also call these corporate leaders captains of industry. Captains. A captain running a land-based corporation? They sometimes call them corporate raiders, because they plunder companies, like pirates raid and plunder ships. And then they talk about keeping current on your bills. Got to stay current, right? C-U-R-R-E-N-T. You got to be current. Like currents exist in water. Currents, water currents. See the tie-in? And then, of course, they have the famous one, drowning in debt. Drowning in debt. How do you drown in Federal Reserve notes? How do you drown in worthless paper currencies unless it's bewitched or been subjected to witchcraft? But you can definitely drown in water, right? And what about the other one? Swimming in cash. This person is swimming in cash, like you swim in the water. And then, of course, I think I mentioned salary. I don't know. I don't think I did mention salary. Your salary. What is your salary? Salary. Salary, the root in salary is related to salt. Salt is related to the sea. It's also related to sailor. You've heard the term, you're not worth your salt. Well, he's not worth his salt. And you've probably heard the term about, salesmen. Salesmen, that's another good example. Salesmen, they travel and they have a sales pitch. Salesmen travel from company to company or from consumer to consumer, depending on what they sell and depending what market segment they serve. And they travel from one place to the next. And they basically drive companies to a destination or to their profit or loss, depending on the salesman. And the parallel with that is that you have ships or sails, S-A-I-L-S, not S-A-L-E-S, but S-A-I-L-S, sails on a ship, which allow, these ships to travel and reach a certain destination. Because without those sales, they're not going anywhere. Just like with an organization, if you don't have salesmen, you're not going anywhere. And that reminds me of another phrase. They use the phrase when a salesman is giving you his presentation. They call it a spiel or a sales pitch. Why do they call it a sales pitch? It's called a sales pitch because pitch is also used on the underside of boats to make them waterproof. That's why they use the word sales pitch or the phrase sales pitch. And then you've heard about people in business saying, people going to buy a car, say, and they want to get a good deal. You go from one dealership to the next, you want to get a good deal. Well, this one is $1,000 less. This is a better deal than that one. Just like the president has a book called The Art of the Deal. And, all these deals are made in business. Like Congress cut a deal, but they cut you out. They cut themselves in, but they cut you out. But a deal in ship terminology, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but a deal is, in ship terminology, it is a place or location on a ship's floor. It is an actual location on a ship, on the floor of a ship. And then, of course, you have these prohibitions against driving over islands. You can't drive on the island. You have to stay on the road. You can't drive on the quote-unquote island. It's not an actual island, but it's an imaginary, hypothetical island where you have the road, and then you have this thing in the middle of the road that you're not supposed to drive over. That's an island. You can't drive over an island because you're not supposed to do that. Even though we live, we're under the law of the land, they tell us. But they're talking about driving on islands. Why are they talking about islands? So when you're driving down the street, you drive over that island, you'll get a ticket because you're supposed to stay in that traffic lane and not drive on the island. So the parallel with that is that you have islands that exist and they are surrounded by water and water lanes. So I hope I'm making sense so far. I'm just trying to show you guys the tie-in with all these phrases and words and
yes, brother. We're enjoying it, man. Keep it going. We're enjoying it.
Well, that's good. And then, you have corporate boardrooms. Corporate boardrooms. I think this is also great because if anybody doesn't know anything about business, this will be good because you'll learn something about business. You're going to learn a lot about business and things like that. You learn a lot of things on the LANCESCURV show. But let's say they have this term corporate boardroom where the CEOs and the CFOs and the chief, head officers and board of directors meet. Well, you have ships. Of course, they obviously have boards of wood, right? But yet you have this term corporate boardroom. And then you've heard the term how a person is upside down on their mortgage, like when they had this mortgage crisis a couple of years back. And they gave these black people these loans, and the black people couldn't read the contracts. They were educated people, but they didn't understand that legalese, that mortgage legalese, and that deceptive language. So they ended up losing their homes, or they ended up with what they thought was a fixed rate mortgage, and they ended up with an adjustable rate mortgage, and the adjustable rate mortgage adjusted them right into homeless status or out of a home. So they were underwater in their, or upside down on their mortgage, or they were underwater on their house because the value of the house or the value of the liability or the amount that they owed was worth more than the house was worth, was valued at more than the house was worth. And so, of course, upside down or underwater is pretty self-explanatory when you refer it back to water. But think about this one. Has anybody ever thought about a retail store? R-E-T-A-I-L, retail store. What does that have to do with water? Retail store is, when you relate that to water, you can talk about how a fisherman retails his fish bait. So retail is really fishing terminology. It refers to fish tails because retail stores attract customers, or quote unquote fish. The customers are the fish. And then you have rebate or rebate sales, rebate sales, R-E-B-A-T-E, rebate. Rebate sales get repeat customers with attractive or what they will call alluring offers. Alluring, attractive. The offer has to be alluring, and it has to lure them in. Just like a fisherman or a fisher rebates, R-E-B-A-I-T-S, he rebates a fish hook, and lures are used for baiting fish to catch more fish. Lures. They need lures to catch fish. And then I just thought about all these terms. I just made a list of all the terms that I could think of that related to water and that were just present in our everyday language and everyday, the language of business and the language of, in legal language. Think about, financial products. You have these financial products. They call them, it could be a stock. It could be a bond. They call them investment vehicles. Vehicles. Why do they call them vehicles? It's an asset, right? But why do they call it a vehicle? They insist on calling this an investment vehicle. A vehicle is something that takes you from place to place. And in this case, I guess the analogy would be, well, this stock will take you from this point to this financial destination. Hopefully a positive financial destination. That's the reason why people get these vehicles, as they call them, or these financial products. So in water-based terminology, a vehicle is describing a traveling ship. That's what that refers to. So then you have how they talk about how, let's say, a company's assets may be watered down or diluted. Diluted. When you dilute something, it's not full strength anymore. So when you relate that to water, if you have, water can also be diluted. So if you have other elements in that water and you dilute that water, like let's say you have chocolate or black coffee, and the more water you add, the more basically you dilute that drink. So you're watering down, your coffee or your chocolate or whatever drink you have versus, the value of something being diluted or watered down, or having your assets watered down in the realm of business. And then, of course, you have the word, I talked about liquidation, but I don't think I mentioned liquidity. Liquidity. When they say liquidity, or they talk about liquidity or liquid assets, they're talking about assets that can be easily converted into cash. That's what they're talking about. So if you have real estate is considered to be illiquid. Illiquid, which means it's not easy to convert into cash, because you could have a for sale sign on your house for months and months and it never sells. And that's illiquid. But if you go to the bank and you take something like a check, and you can convert that check into cash very easily, and that would be considered liquid. Or you can take a stock and sell that stock, whether you realize a gain or a loss, you've still converted that stock into money very easily because you sold that stock in the market. Bonds would also be considered liquid assets. A car would be considered a liquid asset because, it's easily convertible into cash, not as easily as a check, not as easily as a stock. And it really depends on market forces in terms of when and how, how long you have to sit on that car to sell it. And that's one of the reasons why they that's one of the things that they seize. They seize your liquid assets. They want assets that they can convert easily into cash. And that's why a lot of these companies or these states, are seizing people's property. They call them, forfeiture laws. And then, so you have this liquidity in our language, but then you also have liquidity that contains, of course, the word liquid. It's right there, right in your face. You know, and then if I can think of some other ones, you have, of course, you have the commerce, the word commerce, COMMERCE. And of course, you have the Department of Commerce. So what does commerce, or the word commerce, what does that have to do with water? Well, you have the concept of commercial ships that are on the high seas. But even more important than that, you have the word, when you break the word commerce down, you have the word, it's spelled C-O-M. And just imagine in your mind the next three letters in all capital letters. C-O-M, capital M, capital E, capital R. So you, in that word commerce, you have the word mer, a root word mer, with C-O-M-M-E-R-R-C-E. That's how you spell it. But if you take the M-E-R in the word commerce, it contains the word M-E-R, mer. Mer is talking about marine life. Marine life. Mer. Like when you say merchant card, merchant credit card machines, they call those credit card machines, that's a fancy name for it, merchant credit card machines, or merchant processing, they call it. Merchant processing devices. Or you have retail merchants, you break that word down as two words. You have the word chant and you have the word mer. Mer relates to the sea, as in merman or mermaid. And then you have the suffix chant. The word chant is a song. So it's basically it means, it talks about how merchants sing the song of the sea. And the chant of the merchant is a song that is sung to get more repeat customers. That's what it's all about, merchant. A merman or a mermaid, and merchant singing the song of the sea, that chant to get more repeat customers. And then you have the concept of when the stock market is going down, they say the stock market is plummeting. To plummet means to go down. So when you have a plummeting stock market, the values of the stock market occurs in a market downturn, or it could even occur on a daily basis, because you have those fluctuations in the market. So that relates to water, because a sinking ship is also referred to as a plummeting ship, And then you have, corporate vessels. Corporate vessels, this is what they call corporations. They're referred to as vessels, V-E-S-S-E-L-S. So a corporation like a McDonald's or Burger King or Microsoft or, any, Apple computer, Dell computer, any of those companies, they refer to them as vessels. But vessels, or vessel, is the name that's used for ships. Ships are characterized as being vessels. And then you have the word debtor. D-E-B-T-O-R. That's a person who is in debt. That's most American people. Debtors. They're debtors. D-E-B-T-O-R. What do you think that has to do with water? I wonder if anybody knows what the word debtor has to do with water. And I'll give you a hint. Well, I'll just tell you what it means. When you refer to a debtor, you're referring to a dead ore. A dead ore, D-E-A-D, next word or. A dead ore describes someone that is no longer able to be an oarsman. When you're on the ship and you have those oars and you're paddling those oars, you're an oarsman. And if the person is no longer able to be an oarsman, because they can't do that anymore because they're dead. And it also refers to dead ore, from an occultic standpoint. This that has changed, has to be changed or charged, just like a person is charged when they're paying for a product. You're charged. They charge you because you're considered to be dead. And that relates to, dead ore has an occultic meaning. And there's other occultic or occult-based type terms, now that I think about it, like interest. The word interest is an occult-based term. The word interest, like, when you get interest on your money in the bank, or borrow, and you borrow money from a bank, or summons. Those are all occultic. They have all of those have occultic type meanings. And they don't really relate to water, but I just thought about those, and I'll just cover them briefly. Think about the word interest. Think about the term earned interest. You have earned interest. That's a great thing, right? Well, phonetically, the word earn, it sounds the same. It is the same as the word earn, U-R-N. Look up the word earn in the dictionary. It'll tell you that an urn, U-R-N, is a container for the remains of the dead, like the remains of a cremation. If you get one of your loved ones cremated, they put their body in an urn, okay? And then you have the word interest. If you break that word down, because we've talked before about how English is a language of spells, literally spells, and grammar comes from the word grimoire, and grimoire was a book of spells that they had back in Europe, and that's why they call it grammar in the school books, in the schools. They call it a book of grammar, supposedly a book of the language, but it's actually a book of spells. So we are bound and enslaved by the power of words. But back to this word earned interest. Earned interest. The word interest, if you break it down, it contains the word inter, I-N-T-E-R. Next word rest, R-E-S-T. What is the word inter? You've heard the word internment. Internment, I-N-T-E-R-N-M-E-N-T. That's what that's what they did to the Japanese during World War II. They put them in internment camps because the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, because they were provoked by the Americans. They never tell you that. That's another long story. But they provoked the Japanese into bombing us. And so as a consequence, they looked at all Japanese as enemies of the state. So they put them all in concentration camps, or they called them internment camps. But the word internment or intern is opposite. It's different from the word inter. Inter, I-N-T-E-R, is when you inter something, you basically bury that thing. You bury it. So when a person is buried, or if they're entombed, you're basically saying this person is said to be interred, I-N-T-E-R-R-E-D. That's where you rest, basically where you rest in an urn. So that's why they use that word earned interest, because it's a big game to these people, because they are Satanists. And, I think I even talked about that in a prior video. What type of government do we really have? And others have talked about this before too. Did I talk about that?
Yeah, you brushed on it pretty deep. But I mean, like right now, this is like, I'm paralyzed right now with the knowledge that you're dropping, man. Earn and debtor and all this stuff. It's like, it's like to get in the money trap, their game. It's like it's sucking the life out of you. It's more than just. This can't be a coincidence, man. With all of these words like this. But go ahead, brother. Just go ahead.
I can think of some more. The English language is full of this type of white magic. I call it white magic because these white magic words they have occultic type double meanings. I don't say black because they demonize the word black because they applied negativity to our sacred sciences to keep us away from them, while they tricked us into thinking that everything white is all right. So I say black magic because that's what we need to embrace, which is our ancient spiritual science. You won't find it in their books because they don't put that information in their books because they don't even know it themselves. So I wouldn't fool with their magic that you find in those books because that's for them. Let them do that, because you'll be invoking spirit forces, the likes of which have nothing to do with you and your own genetics. But like I said, the English language is full of these types of words with occultic double meanings. I even think Sister Sekhmet talked about this before too, if I'm not mistaken. But back to some of the water-based terminology and phrases. Think about the word volatility. You know how they say the stock market is volatile? Well, they talk about how the stock market is characterized by volatility. And volatility basically refers to the up and down fluctuations of the market. Just like in the water, waves go up and down, they fluctuate, and that can be referred to as being volatile or prone to volatility, which basically means It's subject to rapid or sudden change, as in a sea of calm versus one of turbulence, or the ebb and flow of the water, basically, So a synonym for volatility would be something like fluctuating, changeable, or like unpredictable. And so just like the stock market is unpredictable, mercurial, as they call it sometimes, or volatile, water is the same way. Water is the same way. Now, think about loading docks. Loading docks, I think I mentioned that, and bays. You have these bays. They call them bays in the rear of a commercial business. A bay is found in water. Loading docks are for ships, and ships sit in areas of water called bays, right? And then think about truck drivers. For you truck drivers that are listening right now, you deliver what they call a bill of lading. A bill of lading, Lading. All the cargo they deliver has to have a bill of lading. Think about what a bill of lading is, and think about how that relates to water. Let me grab a reference to show you what that means. A bill of lading. This is from a book called They Own It All, Including You, by Means of Toxic Currency, by Ronald McDonald and Robert Rowan, MD. I'll include a list of the sources if I use any sources. This is what it says here about bills of lading. It says here, a bill of lading is a contract, deals with contracts and commercial law. It's a memorandum or an acknowledgement in writing signed by the captain or master of a ship or other vessel that has received in good order on board of his ship or vessel therein named, at the place therein mentioned, certain goods therein specified, which he promises to deliver in good order, because of the dangers of seas, accepted, at the place therein appointed for the delivery of the same, to the consignee therein named, or to his consigns, he or they paying freight for the same. And that's basically kind of like legalese, talking about how, a bill of lading refers to the captain or master of a ship, with goods and transferring goods from one place to another. And it says here, as is clearly evident, the bill of lading is a list of goods that a captain of a ship signs for and then navigates those goods over the sea to a destination. The question is, why are truck drivers carrying bills of lading when plainly by our own observations they travel on the land? However, just so one does not mistake that kind of bill of lading is perhaps a kind of bill that may be used for land as well as sea. Let's look at the bill of goods transported over the land. They call it the way bill, which is defined in Bouvier's Law Dictionary. A way bill is a contract, a writing in which is set down the names of passengers who are carried in a public conveyance, or the description of goods sent with a common carrier by land. When the goods are carried by water, the instrument is called a bill of lading. So, the question is, you may now state, oh, this is just plain silly. It's just an error for truckers who are in commerce to use a bill of lading. But consider this. When the big rigs reach their destinations, they back their big rigs into the bay and up to the loading dock of a store, building, etc. And yet, the stores or buildings are on the land. So if you don't believe it, ask a trucker. So we got plenty of truckers listening. They can attest to what I just said. They know all about that. And they can tell you even probably more than what I just told you, because that's their business. And then think about these a couple other terms. Think about shareholders and stockholders. Shareholders. Well, this refers to investors in a corporation. You know how they have they tell you that you own a piece of the company or a piece of the corporation. That's what they sell you when you buy the stock. You, as an investor in a corporation, have shares of ownership. So you own a piece of IBM, or you own a piece of Apple Computer, supposedly. And they say shareholders in the realm of water shareholders have or they invest divided shares of ownership on a commercial shipping venture. So when they would have these shipping ventures, say from Europe to come to the New World, they would groups of people would invest different amounts or percentages in that venture. And so that shows you right there how it relates back to the sea. And then you have the word capital, as in capitalism, but capital refers to assets. We could refer to the assets that a company has, working capital, the money that they have to operate their business on a day-to-day basis. The root word in capital, the etymology means chief or principal or head. And of course, in my observation, a captain is the head of a ship. And what is stock? Stock is livestock. Stock could be livestock. Livestock is, of course, chattel. Chattel, C-H-A-T-T-E-L. Chattel is cattle. And what is the word for human cattle? The word for human cattle is Hebrew word goyim. Goyim. G-O-Y-M. Goyim is human cattle. And who uses that word goyim? A non-goyim uses that word. Goyim also means Gentile. If I'm remembering correctly, yeah, it means Gentile. Oh, so that's what these holy others, those so-called chosen few, think of the Hugh man race, those with hue. And, you know, stock, when you think about stock, in my mom's day, the HR office, it was called the personnel department. They didn't call it the HR department. They used to call it the personnel department, but they changed it to reflect its true nature, the human resources department. Because when you think about a resource is something, let's say this, basically it's like an instrument. A resource is something that you use or exploit without benefits flowing back to the user, or without benefits flowing to the thing that's used. So this implies like a one-way or unilateral type of exploitation, like a relationship devoid of mutual benefit and symbiosis, you know, just a cold-blooded unilateral utilization of a thing. That's a resource, a human thing. And then there's other words that you can think about, water-based terminology and phrases. They tell you to report to work. Report to work. A ship reports. A ship reports. That's why you have to return to your job, to your port, to a job that basically they call a port. And then you've heard the term jump ship. I think I might jump ship. I might change jobs. You change jobs or jump ship, or, you change your employment loyalties, which you have every right to do because they don't have any loyalty to you. And of course, on a ship or on a boat, you can jump ship on a boat too. So another term I thought about, portfolio. Individuals, they own a collection of different stocks. That group of stocks would be called a portfolio. Portfolio. A company possesses, let's say one company is a real estate company and they have real estate all over the country. They own apartment buildings, they own skyscrapers. But those skyscrapers and those other real estate assets and holdings would be what they call their assets, and those assets would be in what they call their portfolio of assets. And of course, portfolio is kind of a dead giveaway because you take the word folio away, you got the word port. A port is a place where water, in the water where boats travel. A port. Sure, you guys can maybe think of some ports, but that word is definitely it applies to water. What's the name of that port that connects the United States? The Panama Canal is like a port, but that's basically, it refers to water. And then you have the word freight, F-R-E-I-G-H-T. Freight applies to packages that you send and receive. Freight, the word freight. So when you pay for freight, when it comes to how that relates to water, the payment for freight for the use of another's vessel is called freight. Did you know that? That's what they call it. When you pay to use another person's vessel, they call that freight. And then don't forget the terminology ship. When they say packages are shipped, or we have shipping lanes, or you have the concept of shipping on land, but we're on land and they're talking about shipping. But of course, ships distributing goods are involved in the practice of shipping. And then you have this word underwriter. Underwriter is a business term. For those of you who may be interested in business or study business, or those of you who know business, you know what this means. But underwriters are those people, these are to people in mortgage insurance and in other companies that determine how much you're going to pay for that insurance. They determine, or they assess the risk that they'll assume. I got a mosquito in here. They determine the level of risk that they will assume for their company. For example, in mortgage lending, they determine your mortgage rate based on your credit, based on your income. They determine if they will actually accept your application for insurance, whether they will reject your application for insurance, or whether they will increase, or what they call rate it up. So like if you get life insurance and you have an application for life insurance, you may not have that perfect health, and they may not reject you, but they will rate you up for that insurance application. And that's like right before they would even decline you altogether. So that's what the power of an underwriter is. They can accept, reject, or increase the rate for your insurance. And so they look at different things depending on the industry, and depending on the type of insurance sold, and depending on the type of company. They look at your gender, they look at your health, they look at your history, your age, smoking status, and other factors to determine an applicant's final rate. Again, depending on what type of insurance it is. So this reference right here comes from a reference that I have. It's called, name of the reference is Life Insurance Concepts. And I just want to read something from that to you real quick with regard to underwriter and what an underwriter is and what an underwriter does. Underwriter. Okay, let's see. Loud and clear, right?
Doesn't get any better than this, brother. We're intoxicated with the stuff that you're dropping, and don't get afraid when I pause a little bit when you ask, because I got two buttons. I keep myself muted because of the noise I'm making over here, but I'm right here with you, brother. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Keep it rolling, brother. All right.
So this here is page 3 of this book called Life Insurance Concepts, and you're a researcher. You just read everything, like Malcolm X. He read everything. This here, page 3 of the Life Insurance Concepts, page 3, it deals with the origin of life insurance. I just want to read this to you real quick, and I want to show you how it relates to water. Origin of life insurance. It says here, insurance has been a part of commerce since before the beginning of Christianity. However, it was not until the 17th century that the practice of insuring really came to prominence with the growth of the shipping industry, particularly in the great commercial capitals of Spain, France, and England. Unfortunately, sailing wooden ships over the ocean was hazardous. And I might repeat this again, like I said. I know that the sound kind of goes in and out sometimes, so I'll just repeat it. Unfortunately, sailing wooden ships over the ocean was hazardous because ship captains and crews fought violent storms and even more violent pirates. Obviously, ship owners could not afford to lose their ships and cargo. Because of that fear and the desire to avoid such a loss, ship owners routinely sought investors who, for a fee, would agree to bear a part of the risk. In the usual case, the owner of the ship would post information concerning the upcoming voyage near the wharf where the ship was docked and would solicit wealthy individuals to participate in risk-bearing. If an investor chose to accept some or all of the risk, he or she would initial underneath the ship owner's description of the voyage and its cargo and indicate how much of the risk he or she would bear. Because these investors wrote their names or initials under the ship owner's description of the risk, they became known as underwriters. Generally, a ship owner needed many underwriters to fully insure the voyage because each underwriter would usually agree only to underwrite a portion of the risk rather than all of it. As shipping grew in importance and the number of ships increased, this process of seeking underwriters by posting a notice of the voyage and its cargo became impossibly cumbersome. A change was required if shipping was to continue to flourish. Accordingly, a number of wealthy individuals who had been insuring ships and cargo chose a central place to meet to negotiate these insurance transactions more easily. That initial investor meeting took place at Lloyd's Coffee House in London at the end of the 17th century. So that's what I wanted to read to you, just to give you more background and more meat to chew on with regard to relationships of these types of words and how they relate, or how that particular word related to back to water or to shipping. And then there's other words you can think about too, like when you talk about the bar exam, and then when you go to court, there's a judge's bar. And the judge's bar, if you're before the judge's bar, you know, that's what they call, that's it. They say that you're in hot water. But when you go before a judge, or when you break the law, you're in hot water. But from a water standpoint, or from a shipping standpoint, the terminology is the same, because the gate that's between you and the judge, that is called a floodgate. A floodgate. So on top of it is the bar called the sandbar. And you're not supposed to, or you're not actually licensed to pass the bar exam, since you're not licensed to pass the bar exam, you're not, or you're in what they call deep water or hot water, also known as the water gate. So that's a gate that basically gives access to a body of water. So yeah, this water-based terminology just keeps going on and on and on. And of course, the word bar takes you back to Great Britain, because the word bar relates to, it's an acronym. It just means British Accreditation Regency, which means if you're swearing to the Bar Association and you're taking that oath, you're basically taking an oath to the Queen of England. Just as an aside, I just wanted to add that in there. So, you know, there's, if you guys can think, you probably can think of even more terminology than this, but think about the word, the terminology when you talk about a state. And a state, to exist, has to have what they call a state charter. And then you have what they call bank charters. And then you have what they call corporate charters, because to have a corporation, you have to have what they call articles of incorporation or a corporate certificate. And a charter is basically a document that you need, or it's required for a bank, a state, or a corporation to exist. No charter, no corporation. No charter, no bank. No charter, no state, as states exist right now. So let me go to this real quick and give you some more insight on what a charter, how charters work. Hold on just a minute.
Oh, he cut himself off. Let me add him on in. Wow. What did he really? You know what I mean? This is some good information here. Let me call him back. He might call me back first, but let's just try. Yes, Jalil. I'll look for that picture later on. Let me see if this gets through. He must have hit it by mistake. I'm just glad that so many people are here and joining us tonight. I mean, I had no idea of the range. I saw some similarities in the wording. Okay, I'm gonna let him call me. He might be calling me at the same time. So let me just hold it down until. Hopefully he didn't drain his battery. It's a bathroom break, right? It is. But I mean, today, you know, just to be so blessed with these two shows a day, Brother Yaga and now Brother Zamal Tamaray. You know, yesterday, like I said, and I'm killing time, right? Yesterday, I got up gung-ho. I was like, I'm going to do 10 things today, you know, because there's always ideas floating around in my head, things in the media, things that come to me, things that I download. If I had my way, I'd put up at least 10, 15 things a day. But I got up and nothing worked out. And it wasn't like a jinx or anything bad. I would take it. It was just that the universe was saying, "Hey, relax yourself. You know, sit down. There's things you need to think about because again, doing this, you know, some people do their shows on the phone. They click the phone, and the phone's on. They click it off. But there's so much more to it. The way I do it, and I like to go in thorough. Here he is calling again. My brother, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. What happened? Where did I end off?
No, well, you actually hit something. It was on your side. When you said I'll be back or whatever, it just clicked. And what it was that I was listening to you to a point, and I was doing something on the other computers. So I kind of processed everything maybe like 30 seconds after. So I'm at a loss also because I was answering folks in the chat room and answering some other communications on Facebook. But before, you know, so I'm listening and it's like picture in picture. I have other things that are going on too to keep things going. But I have to say, man, this is phenomenal. I've noticed personally some similarities, but when you started breaking down more and more and more, I'm like, wait a second. It shows you how much of a sham the English language is, or really a thing to get you caught up. And most of us, especially, you know, it's really scary too. And I'm gonna shut up in about 20 seconds, but it's really scary too when you see someone who gets involved in a mortgage or some type of, you know, purchasing a vehicle or some land or anything here. I mean, I don't trust anything here in America anymore because it's like this, you know. Bottom line is, it's like you don't get anywhere. It's like you go your whole life and you have these terminologies and these things with double meanings, and you really don't come out owning anything where you outright own it. Now we know, like, okay, to say that term to me, you know, after going to the motherland, and I see that people do own property, but there's a lot of property out there I don't even know if people own per se, but people live on it. It's like, okay, over by that rock is your area, and that divides us from over here and over there. And the people are just not so rigid and anal. You do have land surveyors over there. You do have mortgages. And everything is not leased over there. You can own land. You know, I kind of know that personally. But the bottom line is, you know, you don't have a chance. This is a rigged system. And you go your whole life and you realize that, you know, you spend down so much money, the interest rates and these terminologies and things that we kind of shake our head on like we know, but we don't know. You know what I mean? It is very tough. And then the people that you get to represent you, they don't really represent you. It's part of a big game. It's even like going to the court system. But, you know, these terminologies, I don't like it, man. And it's not forthcoming. It's not as, you know, to see how it's strung together like this, you start to realize it's like a woman who has been with a man for 30 years and realizes he's been cheating the whole time. It's a feeling in the pit of your stomach that everything that we've been taught was a slanted thing, made to look truthful, but really a lie, to put someone else at an advantage. You know what I mean? And I don't like it. I really don't like it.
Right. Absolutely. Well, I think I probably left off. It's very intricate. It's a very labyrinthine web that they have spun, you know, very, very intricate, intricately woven spider's web of illusion, deception, and entrapment. That's what it is, and that's who we're dealing with. You have to understand the modus operandi of these non-humans that we're dealing with. So I think I stopped at I was talking about probably charters.
Yeah, let me get some feedback from in the chat room. We can get that because I don't want to go back too far. You know, like I said, I feel like Captain Kirk on the bridge of Starship Enterprise. These computers and things, I'm hitting buttons and I'm listening to you, but sometimes my mind will wander a little bit and come on back. I'm just enjoying the flow, and I'm enjoying the fact that there's so many people up that are tuned in, and I'm so happy about that. I also want to say before you leave out on the way out, hit that subscribe button. Here's a 30-second verbal commercial. And I'm going to put this on the front of every video in a couple days when I do up the animation for it. That just because you're subscribed doesn't mean you're going to get a notification. And many people will come to me and say, hey, I'm subscribed, but I don't get anything. You've got to go and hit that bell icon. When you hit the bell icon, it gives you 3 choices: to get no notifications, to get some, like customized, and to get all. You want to hit get all. Maybe, you want to get all, because we put a lot of good work out over here, not because of me, but because of the people that come and share their wisdom and knowledge, like Brother Zamal Tamaray here Brother Yaga, etc., etc., etc. But make sure you subscribe because YouTube has been unsubscribing people from the channel. So once you subscribe, hit that bell icon. And when you hit that, there'll be 3 choices to pop up. Hit all. Okay. So there are a lot of folks, like I said, they come to me and they say, hey, I haven't been getting notifications. They're just subscribed. You see what I mean? And it helps out a great deal when you hit the like button. I'm not trying to come out here and beg or whatever, but it's not much, to hit that, because that goes out and it helps the channel go out more and spread more. I hate to put myself in a position, oh, please do this, to that. But the way they're coming at me, family, I'm going to have to ask, just hit that like button on every video you see if you like it. I'm not going to ask you to like something you don't like.
That's the least they can do. You've done all the heavy lifting. Now all they have to do is just, do their part.
Yeah,
all the heavy lifting has been done.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. But there's more to it than just subscribing. But go ahead, brother. Let's continue on. I'm enjoying this journey.
Okay. I think I stopped at underwriting. I'll go back to that. I'll just read what I had to you from that section in the book,
Right.
Life Insurance Concepts, Volume 12, on the origin of life insurance. I'll just read that again. It says here, insurance has been a part of commerce since before the beginning of Christianity. However, it was not until the 17th century that the practice of insuring really came to prominence with the growth of the shipping industry, particularly in the great commercial capitals of Spain, France, and England. Unfortunately, sailing wooden ships over the ocean was hazardous because ship captains and crews fought violent storms and even more violent pirates. Obviously, ship owners could not afford to lose their ships and cargo. Because of that fear and the desire to avoid such a loss, ship owners routinely sought investors who, for a fee, would agree to bear a part of the risk. In the usual case, the owner of the ship would post information concerning the upcoming voyage near the wharf where the ship was docked and would solicit wealthy individuals to participate in risk-bearing. If an investor chose to accept some or all of the risk, he or she would initial underneath the ship owner's description of the voyage and its cargo and indicate how much of the risk he or she would bear. Because these investors wrote their names or initials under the ship owner's description of the risk, they became known as underwriters. Generally, a ship owner needed many underwriters to fully insure the voyage because each underwriter would usually agree only to underwrite a portion of the risk rather than all of it. And of course, we know who those underwriters were, by and large. As shipping grew in importance and the number of ships increased, this process of seeking underwriters by posting a notice of the voyage and its cargo became impossibly cumbersome. A change was required if shipping was to continue to flourish. Accordingly, a number of wealthy individuals who had been insuring ships and cargo chose a central place to meet to negotiate these insurance transactions more easily. That initial investor meeting took place at Lloyd's Coffee House in London at the end of the 17th century. So that is what I wanted to read to you guys about how state charters, bank charters, well, actually, I was talking about underwriters, how underwrited that term underwriting relates back to ships. And then I probably talked to you about the bar exam and how the judge's bar, when you're before the judge's bar, you're in what they call hot water. And when you go before a judge or when you break the law, you're in hot water. And I probably mentioned the gate that's between you and the judge. That's actually called a floodgate. Again, really taking you back to water. On top of the bar, it's called the sandbar. And they say that if you're not licensed to pass the bar exam, you're in what they call deep water or hot water, also known as Watergate, the Watergate. So that's basically the gate that gives access to a water body or body of water. And I think I probably mentioned what the acronym BAR stands for the American Bar Association, or BAR. BAR stands for British Accreditation Regency. referring you back to the Queen of England, and that's who you're basically swearing allegiance to when you become a member of the bar. You're basically working for the crown if you're, you know, in that field. So, and then I think I got to the part about charters. Yeah, charters. Loud and clear, right? Loud and clear? I'm assuming we're loud and clear. I'm just going to keep going. So I think I mentioned bank charters. You have corporate charters. You have state charters. And with a corporate charter, of course, in order for a corporation to exist, it has to have what they call the Articles of Incorporation, also known as the corporate certificate. So a charter is basically a document that you need in order to give in order for a bank, state, or a corporation to exist. That's what they call its legal personality. So ships, they also have charters. Like, you know, you can charter a cruise. They use that word charter a lot when it comes to the shipping industry. So there's something I wanted to read to you about that real quick, about chartering ships and about that whole thing in general, about charters. So let me get to that real quick and see if I can find it. Chartering ships. I'll pull that up in just a second. When you guys think about it, think about, like, what is the relationship between, you know, why organizations like states, banks, and corporations, they have charters as opposed to ships? Mm-hmm. You know, you think about the oppressive British East India Company. They had a charter, and they ruled India with an iron fist. You know, they think about the Virginia Company during the colonial days. They had a charter. They had charters because they were corporations. So to answer the question, states have charters because they are private corporations, not legitimate ruling bodies. So this all ties into the doctrine of what they call legal liability. But before I get to that, I just want to get to this charter thing. Let's see. This thing is from an article called Components of Maritime, Components of, I can't even read this. But basically, a charter party is basically a term that describes different types of contracts. You have, there's about 3 different types of charters. You have what they call a bareboat or a demise charter. Then they have what they call a time charter. And then they have what they call a voyage charter. So there's basically 3 different types of charters. And let's see here. It says a distinctive feature of this system is the privilege accorded to a ship owner and certain other persons, such as charterers in some instances, to limit the amount of their liability under certain circumstances. In a sense, the limited liability of ship owners may be compared to the limited liability that any investor may now achieve by incorporating his enterprise. The limited liability idea in this law, however, long antedates or comes before the emergence or the invention of the modern corporation or limited company. Its early appearance in law may be taken as a recognition of the extraordinary hazards of seaborne commerce and the need to protect the adventurous ship owner from the crushing burden of liability. That is, in the days before even the most primitive forms of insurance have become available. And it just goes on talking about this idea of limited liability, and that's what I mentioned I wanted to get to now to further explain. So let's see here. Right here, the doctrine of limited liability. And just as an aside, the reason why corporations have limited liability is so that they can basically have a license or to plunder and steal and have no type of legal recourse. That's why they have this doctrine of limited liability. Whereas you started a business, you have full liability. They bring the full weight of the law against you. So here, this thing is article is called The Doctrine of Limited Liability, Everything You Need to Know, from a company called Up Counsel, a legal company. It says here, the doctrine of limited liability states that the liability of the ship owner is restricted to only the ship owner's interest in the vessel. So if you have a vessel and you guys are all investing in that venture, that ship's venture to come to the new world, and let's say it's 10 investors and all of you put in 10% each, then the amount of your liability is only limited to 10%. That's what they're saying. So the doctrine of limited liability, also known as the no vessel, no liability doctrine, again, taking you back to ships, this doctrine states that the liability of the ship owner is restricted to the ship owner's interest in the vessel. In the case of a total loss, the liability of the ship owner ends. In the case of the vessel's total destruction, all maritime liens also end. So any type of claims that anybody else had, they're extinguished at that point. And so it says here, limited liability is put in place as a way to protect the personal interests of an investor from any wrongdoing of a corporation. However, it is possible for the investor to lose what they have invested in the corporation. Limited liability for a ship owner extends to the following, and it just gives different types of things that are limited for a ship, which I won't really get into, but I'll read here. It says here, limited liability is a legal precedent that was pivotal to the modern corporation and stock markets. By instituting limited liability, entrepreneurs were given the ability to use small amounts from a large pool of corporate shareholders rather than just a few wealthy partners. In partnerships, the partners are each responsible for any wrongdoing. This is removed with limited liability. Shareholders have the confidence to invest knowing they will only lose what they put in, nothing more. With the introduction of limited liability, the economy boomed from a new way to source investment capital. A major disadvantage of limited liability is the problem of who is deemed responsible in the case of wrongdoing. When limited liability is in place, the blame is hard to place on the corporate structure. This is especially true when corporate subsidiaries are not held to the highest standards and perform risky tasks, like oil drilling, etc. Like I told you before, that's the reason why they have the doctrine of limited liability, so that they can escape and they can hide behind what they call a corporate veil. And it says here, they're talking about the corporate veil right here. Piercing the corporate veil. If you pierce the corporate veil, you can get to the corporation and you can sue them and you can hold them liable pretty much. But as you'll notice, piercing a corporate veil is difficult to do against a mega business like a Uber corporation like Uber or any large Apple computer, etc. It says here, limited liability is achieved by creating a corporation to protect the shareholders. The corporation separates the owners as a different legal entity and makes the corporation responsible for all debts and obligations. By using this corporate structure, the shareholders are protected under what is referred to as the corporate veil or the corporate shield. However, it is possible to remove the corporate veil or to pierce it when it is shown that the corporation has been improperly run. This principle can also be applied to other business entities, including limited liability companies and limited partnership. So basically, you have to prove that this corporation has acted improperly, and this is not an easy thing to do. So there's a list of what things they can do that you can challenge them against, but basically piercing that corporate veil is difficult because they have this corporate shield for a reason, and that's basically to escape liability so that they can plunder resources, pollute the environment, and have no type of recourse whatsoever. So that's what I wanted to read to you from that. And there's another thing I wanted to get to and real quick about that. Real quick. How we sound, Lance?
Excellent as always, brother. Just had to
Good.
unmute myself twice, so I guess there'll be a little pause there.
Okay.
But I'll jump in now if I see it now. Like the referee in a boxing match, if your legs get a little wobbly, I'm going to jump in there.
Oh, you trying to save Babylon, huh? No, you can't save Babylon, not even the great LANCESCURV.
No, I know.
As much as you can multitask and be in more than one place and be omnipresent, you are omnipresent.
I'm cutting. No, you know what it is? I'm like the Wizard of Oz, because you see, people think that I might be omnipresent, but when you come visit me, you see that there's a little guy behind a sheet and pulling levers with these deep voices and stuff like that. You're like, that's all it is? He's doing it with that? You know what I mean?
That's him? That's him? Yeah, that's him. That's that dude. You that dude. You that dude. Well, I want to read this other article here real quick.
Yes, brother.
This article is entitled, Our Hidden History of Corporations in the United States. This is what it says, just to give you guys some more insight into this corporation scheme. Let's see. When American colonists declared independence from England in 1776, they also freed themselves from control by English corporations that extracted their wealth and dominated trade. After fighting a revolution to end the exploitation, our country's founders retained a healthy fear of corporate power and wisely limited corporations exclusively to a business role. Corporations were forbidden from attempting to influence elections, public policy, and other realms of economic or of civic society. Initially, the privilege of incorporation was granted selectively to enable activities that benefited the public, such as construction of roads or canals. Enabling shareholders to profit was seen as a means to that end. The states also imposed conditions, some of which remain on the books, though unused, like these. Corporate charters were granted for a limited time and could be revoked promptly for violating laws. Not true today. Corporations could engage only in activities necessary to fulfill their chartered purpose. Corporations could not own stock in other corporations nor any other property that was not essential to fulfilling their chartered purpose. Not true today. Corporations were often terminated if they exceeded their authority or caused public harm. Have you ever heard about that happening today? Corporations being terminated if they exceed the bounds of their authority or cause public harm? No, I haven't heard that. Another condition under which they could be penalized. Corporations, owners and managers were responsible for criminal acts committed on the job. Corporations could not make any political or charitable contributions nor spend money to influence lawmaking. Does that happen now? Do they spend money on political campaigns now? Absolutely, they do. Says here, for 100 years after the American Revolution, legislators maintained tight control of the corporate chartering process. Because of widespread public opposition, early legislators granted a few corporate charters, so they were agitating for access, so that they can, plunder this resource base, this cherry called America, this virgin territory. Because of widespread public opposition, early legislators granted a very few corporate charters, and only after debate, citizens governed corporations by detailing operating conditions, not just in charters, but also in state constitutions and state laws. Incorporated businesses were prohibited from taking any actions that legislators did not specifically allow. States also limited corporate charters to a set number of years. Now they can exist indefinitely. Your lifetime and multiple lifetimes can exist. So they were limited back in those days. So it says here, unless a legislator renewed an expiring charter, because they gave them a charter, the charter gave them the right to exist, and when the charter expired after X number of years, the corporation would be dissolved. It says, unless a legislation renewed an expiring charter, the corporation was dissolved, liquidated, basically, and its assets were divided among shareholders. Citizen authority clauses limited capitalization, debts, land holdings, and sometimes even profits. So corporations were reined in to a point back then. It says here, they required a company's accounting books to be turned over to a legislator upon request. The power of large shareholders was limited by scaled voting, so that large and small investors had equal voting rights. Interlocking directorates were outlawed. That means when you have interlocking directorates, let's say you have Fox News being controlled by the aerospace industry, or they have undue amount of stock in the aerospace in Fox News, which means Fox News is no longer independent, and they are a mouthpiece for the war profiteers, basically. It says here, shareholders have the right to remove directors at will. So back then, you know, corporations couldn't really do what they're doing right now. And it says here, in Europe, charters protected directors and stockholders from liability for debts and harms caused by their corporations. American legislators explicitly rejected this corporate shield. So back in England, they have the situation that we have here now, where these corporations could do what they want and get away with murder, but they were protected because they were shielded by this corporate veil or this corporate shield. And it says here, so in America, it wasn't that way before, but it says here, the penalty for abuse or misuse of the charter was not a plea bargain and a fine, but dissolution of the corporation. So they could not just be fined, like they slap these companies on the wrist nowadays, but back then, they would actually dissolve the corporation. They would dissolve the corporation. They would liquidate them. So in 1819, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to strip states of this sovereign right by overruling a lower court's decision that allowed New Hampshire to revoke a charter granted to Dartmouth College by King George III. The court claimed that since the charter contained no revocation clause, it could not be withdrawn. The Supreme Court's attack on state sovereignty outraged citizens. Laws were written or rewritten, and new state constitutional amendments passed to circumvent the ruling. That was called the Dartmouth College versus Woodward. And it says here, over several decades, starting in 1844, 19 states amended their constitutions to make corporate charters subject to alteration or revocation by their legislatures. As late as 1855, it seemed that the Supreme Court had gotten the people's message when in Dodge versus Woolsey, another court case, it reaffirmed states' powers over artificial bodies. So back then, like I said before in previous talks, the states were basically nation states, and they had more power than the federal government. They had a weak federal government, and they had powerful states. Basically, that's why the states could assert their rights back, like where they, you know, like I'm describing right now. It says here, but men running corporations pressed on. Contests over charter were battles to control labor, resources, community rights, and political sovereignty. More and more frequently, corporations were abusing their charters to become conglomerates and trusts. They converted the nation's resources and treasures into private fortunes, creating factory systems and company towns. Political power began flowing to absentee owners rather than to community-rooted enterprises. So they started centralizing power, which is what they're doing now. The industrial age forced a nation of farmers to become wage earners, and they became fearful of unemployment. A new fear that corporations quickly learned to exploit. Company towns arose, and black lists of labor organizers and workers who spoke up for their rights became common. So they put them on a black list. When workers began to organize, industrialists and bankers, they're really vultures and robber barons is what I call them. Industrialists and bankers hired private armies to keep them in line, sometimes by killing key leaders. They bought newspapers to paint businessmen as heroes and shape public opinion. Corporations bought state legislatures, then announced legislatures were corrupt and said scrutinizing every corporate operation wasted public resources. Basically, they were deregulating all this scrutiny that the corporations were getting. It says here, government spending during the Civil War brought these corporations fantastic wealth. Corporate executives paid borers, B-O-R-E-R-S, borers, people that would just bore a hole into the legal apparatus. They paid borers to infest Congress and state capitals, bribing elected and appointed officials alike. They pried loose an avalanche of government financial largesse. During this time, legislators were persuaded to give corporations limited liability, decreased citizen authority over them, and extended duration of charters. So you can see the evolution of the corporation through these rulings right here. Attempts were made to keep strong charter laws in place, but with the courts applying legal doctrine or legal doctrines that made protection of corporations and corporate property the center of constitutional law, citizen sovereignty was undermined. As corporations grew stronger, government and the courts became easier prey. They freely reinterpreted the U.S. Constitution and transformed common law doctrines. And this just tells you more and more about how and what they did and how the corporations aggregated power into their hands. And it's an interesting article, but that's pretty much most of it. But it says here at the end, corporations are now transnational. They're they're across national borders. But the corrupted charter remains the legal basis for their existence. At this place called Reclaim Democracy, we believe citizens can reassert the convictions of our nation's founders who struggled successfully to free us from corporate rule in the past. The nation's founders were all frauds, and I'll tell you about those in a minute. But that's basically what I wanted to read in that article. Hope I didn't read it too quickly, but
you're good, brother.
Now you guys understand the doctrine of limited liability, how they use the doctrine of limited liability to give them a license to steal and plunder, and how these malevolent entities hide behind a corporate shield. That's their protection. But you or I start a business, we're fully liable. So now I provided you guys an example, example after example of water-based usage in everyday language. I think I did a pretty extensive job. You guys get the point. But the logical question would arise, what is the purpose of this type of language? Why are so many, the word will be nautical, water-based. Why are so many nautical terms found in our speech? Nautical is N-A-U-T-I-C-A-L, nautical. Of course, nautical refers to water because, you've seen people wearing those high fashion clothes made by that company called Nautica. Nautica relates to water. So these are nautical terms or nautical-oriented water-based terms. Means the same thing. So anyway, the reason we have such a preponderating number of nautical or water-related terms is because we are under a form of law called maritime admiralty law. That's the type of law that we're under. We're not under the law of the land. Because you look at the word maritime, maritime is composed of the word or the root word prefix mari, M-A-R-I, as in marine. And then you have the word admiralty. Admiralty has the word mir in the middle of it. Admiralty, A-D-M-I-R-A-L-T-Y, admiralty law. Mir as in M-I-R or marine. Same root, pretty much. Same meaning. So maritime law is basically commercial law in times of peace, whereas admiralty law is commercial law in times of war or emergency, but it's still commercial law. The law of the high seas. That's what it is. So let me go to this book real quick and read something to you guys. Back to this book, They Own It All, Including You by Means of Toxic Currency. Let's see what it says here. All right. It says here, common law requires both an action and an injury in order to punish the alleged perpetrator by personal retribution or in court. So basically, under common law, in order for someone to be prosecuted by the law, not only do they have to commit an act, but they also have to hurt or injure property or people. So let's say I take a swing at LANCESCURV. LANCESCURV's ducks, he calls the police, and the police say, well, you took a swing at him. Well, under common law, there's no injury. So did you hurt your back, Lance? Did you sprain? Did you get a hernia when you ducked my mighty blows? No, you didn't get hurt. You're straight. You're straight, so there's no injury.
I get knocked down from the wind off your blows.
I just took a swing at you. So there's no injury. So under common law, we straight. There's nobody hurt, no broken bones. Good. Under the law of the sea, that's different. So an action such as name calling, jaywalking, or remodeling your house without a permit does not damage another man. Stealing his hoe does cause injury. You have denied him the use of his hoe. Assaulting him injures him. The difference is clear. The concept that the common law requires not only an action, but an actual injury to another man is important. one will find that these types of crimes, those without an injury or damage in commercial law, which is also known as administrative law. So here's an example where no one is injured in the violation of the commercial law. The failure to stop at a traffic light or stop sign when you can clearly see no one is in view doesn't harm anyone. A California billboard states, click it or ticket. Click it, the C is the seatbelt, obviously ticket is the penalty. There are no damages or injuries with these. So the ticket you receive from the camera or hidden cop isn't a common law matter. See the difference? It is commercial administrative law. And all administrative law is penal, P-E-N-A-L, penal, which implies penalty. There's a penalty in administrative, commercial, or maritime law. As will be made clear, we live in what could be called a penal colony where every activity of a man is subject to regulation. And every violation of a regulation has a corresponding penalty attached. Of course, the creditor is just demanding that you protect his chattel, which is you. We will revisit this. Commercial law is also known as the law of the sea. This is the law which was ordained by man. Commercial law is not the people's customs, which customs are also known as common law. Commercial law involves the transport of goods, commodities, and properties across fictional borders, which are the borders between countries, for resale on the homeland. There are two jurisdictions or types of law in commercial law, which I just mentioned, admiralty and maritime. They are essentially the same. Of course, the law of contract on the high seas, they are defined as the law of contract or commercial law on the high seas. That's why they call it commercial law, the law of contract. But it's still maritime law. Maritime is commercial law in the time of peace. I think I mentioned that. Admiralty is commercial law in a time of war or emergency. So to be in commerce was a privilege that could be taxed. Why could this privilege be taxed? Why? Because there were pirates on the sea. There were pirates on the sea from which you would need protection. So you needed ports built for delivery of your goods. The people on the land could be impacted by what you brought in. For example, you might bring in oranges from Brazil grown in cheap labor or grown with cheap labor that would put the people in Florida out of work if they were growing oranges at a higher cost. You might also bring in diseased goods. The people granted government the power to regulate commerce. Part of that was the power to impose taxes and duties on commercial activities to raise revenues. Merchants paid for these protections by paying customs duties and imposts. These are also called excise taxes for the privilege of engaging in commerce. So they paid excise taxes, not people. So in commercial law, you could be punished for action only, even without injury, as I just described with that example with me taking a swing at Lance. So, for example, if the government deemed that something should not be imported for whatever reason, and you did in fact import it, you could be punished. If your truck, which was operated on the highways, was overweight, even if there was no mishap, you could be punished. There is merit to this. Why would you want some truck unsafely hauling for profits, 3 trailers to put your family at risk on the road? No. Such activities need to be regulated, and that's basically what he's talking about when he's talking about maritime and commercial law. So you guys should have a pretty good grasp of the point I was trying to make with regard to maritime law. So that is the actual law that we're under. Mm-hmm. So surprise, surprise, we're not under the law of the land, as was commonly thought. We're under we thought that we were under common law. And since they never told you, tell them I said I told you. So now we know that the true legal system that we have or that we are under is what is the true, I guess the next question will be, what is the true relationship between the government, between big business and you? What is the relationship between you, the government, and big business? And you are intimately involved in that relationship, that threesome, if you want to call it that. Just for your information, the United States of America that we know, well, actually, the United States that we think of as a country, but the United States is actually a corporation. This is a corporation with many different subsidiaries, including human subsidiaries or human corporations, as well as all the Fortune 500 companies, as well as all the alphabet so-called government agencies. All of those are corporations. And so people would ask, how can a human be a subsidiary or a human corporation? It works like this. You were assigned an entity. You and I were assigned an entity at birth. And that entity or that thing that was connected to you was called a straw man. And some of you probably have heard of this and know about it, but most people still don't know about it. But a straw man is basically an entity that was secretly created when you were very young, the purpose of which was to basically swindle you all the days of your life and to impose upon you an infinitude of penalties and imaginary costs by a master con artist and credit vampire. Basically, that's what the purpose of the creation of the straw man was. So it's actually, when it's recorded, when this thing is recorded, this entity that's connected to you, this invisible monkey that's been on your back all your life, it's actually recorded on financial paper. You know, the type of stock, the same stock as a bond or a financial document. And you guys have seen what a stock paper or bond paper is. And they don't record it on that type of expensive paper because, you know, it's pretty and it's high quality. But they record it on that type of document because it has an assigned value. And when it was created, they had to submit a birth certificate form, you know, the same way that a certificate of registration is submitted when the straw man or the corporation's legal personality is created. You know, so another way to describe it, there's different ways you can describe this straw man. You can describe it as the fiction or the fictional all capital lettered corporate front that has basically the same name as you. And because of this similarity, you being purposely confused, you know, were convinced into thinking that he or she was the same as you. So again, this straw man, another way I can describe it is it's the legal, fictional, all capital lettered corporate front that you think is you. And because of the similarity in the way that it's spelled, name-wise, you purposely have been confused and convinced all the days of your life into thinking that this was the same as you, that you and this persona, this legal persona, were one and the same. So, you know, when you get a letter in the mail and the letter is always in all capital letters, have you ever seen your name never in capital letters? Have you ever not seen that?
Never.
There's a reason why they do that. Why do they put your name in all capital letters? You think that that's you, you know, when you see that letter, but that's not you. When you fill out a mortgage contract, they make you sign, you sign that contract in what they call block letters, right? In all capital letters. When you get a bill in the mail, they always list your name in all caps. That's your straw man. So what difference does it make if your name is capitalized or not? What is the difference? The difference is all the difference in the world. See, they never told you that from a legal standpoint. Not only does one word change the meaning of an entire contract, that's why contracts are so carefully written. A single word changes the meaning of the entire contract, but so does the usage of upper and lowercase letters in a name. That changes everything. You see, all the names in uppercase represent dead entities. Anything that's in uppercase is something that is dead. Like you find on a tombstone or tombstones, gravestones, they're in all caps. You ever notice that?
For real.
Corporations are also dead because they are not living. And if you take the word corporation, break the word down, it contains the word corpse. Corporation or corp, it's a corpse. It is a dead entity. And look how much death and destruction these corporations have been spreading throughout the not just this country, but the entirety of the planet. Notice that they are always listed in all capital letters, always. So in Roman civil law, the practice of spelling individual names in all caps, what did that signify? That signified a diminished class standing to debtor status. You were a debtor DEBTOR. That signified a diminished class standing to debtor status. So this all cap, they call it a naming convention when they spell it with caps or lowercase. This all cap naming convention is how they converted we the people into sureties or collateral for the payment of the national debt. But I'll get into that later. And by the way, when a corporation is created, it has to be capitalized, right? When you capitalize a corporation, that means you supply it with capital. So when it has to be, if it has to be capitalized, it has to be given an infusion of capital or provided with a dollar value. And this strongman was infused with a lot of cash, except they didn't tell you about it. And corporations must receive capital. Otherwise, they have no purpose or value. What's the purpose of having a corporation that's just a shell that has no capitalization? No money. So how is it that the U.S., just think about that for a while, but I'm going to come back to that. But I mentioned that the U.S. has a financial interest in government agencies. They have a financial interest in government agencies. How does the U.S. have, Fortune 500 companies as subsidiaries or own them as assets? How can that be possible? These companies are publicly traded and they're owned by the shareholders, right? Wrong. Well, I would say you're partially correct. But technically speaking, because your so-called country is actually a corporation and not a country, not a landmass, but a corporation, it's not a country after all. It is only a corporation can own other corporations. And shareholders don't own the majority of those shares anyway. I mean, are you guys surprised? I mean, you shouldn't be. Why not? Have you ever heard of the Virginia Company? When this country was being settled, the Virginia Company, a company. What does a company have to do with anything? What about the New England Company? Similar to the enterprise known as the British East India Company that I mentioned earlier. What about the 13 original colonies? Did you know that they were also called companies? Companies. This was all about commerce. It had nothing to do with simple exploration. It's all about money. So even when you look at the meaning of the word federal, you go to an 1824 edition of Black's Law Dictionary. Would you like to know what the word refers to? The word federal. Federal, believe it or not, is a synonym for the word contract. Contracts are only relevant in the realm of business. And the word constitution is said to refer to not the Constitution that we think of as an affirmation of freedom. The word constitution is said to refer to an affirmation of debt, D-E-B-T, debt. So now it should be of no surprise to you why military units are called, what do they call military units? The other word that they call them. What's another name for military units?
Top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Companies.
Oh, okay.
Companies.
Okay. Yeah, see that?
This has nothing to do with national security or domestic defense, but everything to do with business. And when it comes to actual corporations, the government has a controlling interest in most, if not all. I'll repeat myself. When it comes to actual corporations, the government has a controlling interest in most, if not all, Fortune 500 companies like Microsoft. At the initial time of the research that was done, by an individual whose name I'll divulge later, the government owned 83% of Microsoft's stock. Did you know that? This would mean that Microsoft is the government and the government is Microsoft.
Yes.
Just as an example. So it would mean that any of the egregious activities of Microsoft and any of the fraudulent practices of Microsoft and any of the underhanded policies of Microsoft and any of the surveillance type activities of Microsoft are the policies of your government utilizing a shell called Microsoft. Basically, it would mean quite simply that Microsoft is a tool or a proxy utilized by the government as a front to maintain the illusion of free markets as well as to mask its criminal activities behind a shell structure. I got to stand up for this. And given that the cancerous nature of capitalism, there is no reason to believe that this government would just fall short of its monopolistic designs to only have a controlling interest in just one company, Microsoft. Why not own the entire corporate landscape? That's the way monopoly works. Even if you go back decades ago, you'll find that the government had infiltrated the motion picture studios to the point where they were controlling their output. So think about this. Do you think that a movie studio that makes a movie, let's say about Pearl Harbor, World War II, the Vietnam War, or any other war, do you think that they would allow a movie studio to utilize government tanks, government machine guns, government planes, government stealth crafts, government Apache helicopters, government airstrips, government naval and battleships, and not have you have undue influence on the movie content?
Right.
Do you sincerely think that they would allow that studio to portray the government in a negative light? And think about the fact about it's obvious. That's why in these historical, quote unquote, historical movies or war related movies, have you ever noticed that the U.S. is always right? They're always the good guys because this is just nothing but glorified government propaganda movies.
That's right.
So, but back to the research being the government being an actual corporation. Where is my research? Where are the facts? Well, some of this was revealed by a researcher named Walter Burien. His name is spelled, I believe, Burien. Walter Burien. This guy found out about a set of books called the CAFR. And the CAFR stands for the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And what that basically showed, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, it showed that all of these supposedly federal, state, city, and local governments, it showed that they were actually lying about being broke, which I already knew anyway instinctively, because they were using two sets of books, one for the dumb and gullible public, another for their eyes only, that showed, how they were really, truly flush with cash and operating on a surplus and not a deficit. And it's something, I saw this in a book, actually. Let me see. They talked about this. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Mosquitoes are driving me crazy. Mosquitoes have a no smoking policy, like certain humans like me. I have a no smoking policy. I hate cigarette smoke.
Right.
And animals hate it too. They don't like smoke.
Oh yeah, that's why you
light a fire. Light a fire when you go out in the woods. You go camping. They gone.
They gone.
Mosquitoes are gone. Gone. At least they got that much sense. Some people don't.
I know, right?
A lot of good people smoke, but some people it's a habit. They just have to break it. But anyway, this is from a book called Disclosure 101 by Anna von Reitz. Disclosure 101, excellent book. This is what it says about this double bookkeeping system. It says here, yes, in 1946, the federal government, a private, for-profit, mostly foreign-owned corporation under contract to provide governmental services, adopted a crooked bookkeeping system, and the U.S. Congress, and U.S. Congress is spelled in all capital letters, a corporation, the U.S. Congress declared it legal for the government, although illegal for everyone else. So they can use a double set of books, but we can't. They borrowed the double entry bookkeeping system from Fast Eddie O'Hara, who was Al Capone's bookkeeper. The IRS learned from Eddie when they prosecuted Capone back in the 1920s. Getting rid of this system has been the principal driving force behind all of the Basel I, II, and III banking reforms. The essence of the crooked government accounting is in keeping two sets of books: use of undisclosed off-book escrow accounts, undeclared income accounts, and future time encumbrances. They have also failed to transparently report their public investments to the public. To use an example from Alaska, the state of Alaska, in all capital letters, state is in all caps, of is in all caps, Alaska is in all caps. The state of Alaska, a corporation, splits its income streams into budgeted and non-budgeted income. The governor decides how much he wants to give out as a budget, and the legislature argues over this little bone and keeps the crowds entertained for the rest of the session. It's bread and circus for the masses. This sideshow keeps attention focused only on the budgeted amount, but not the non-budgeted amount. Meanwhile, the far greater share of the income and investment is being passed through to investment accounts and escrow accounts and subsidiary accounts belonging to technically separate agencies. So that shows you right there that excellent documentary that I saw was called Corporation Nation. That dealt with that too. But any of the videos by Walter Burian, he goes into detail on that. But this report, this CAFR that Walter Burian uncovered, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, it showed short-term investments, long-term investments, debt investments, equity investments, real estate investments, miscellaneous investments, foreign asset investments, domestic investments, all these investments that the tax-paying public was never supposed to know about. And that their city, their states, and their local governments have all these monies to that they pretend that they're operating on a deficit, that they have no money, and they have all this money and all these riches, and they're still taxing the poor people. So this report basically revealed how the government has controlling interests in all of these entities, like one big giant octopus with many different appendages. And so at the time of his research, this is what he found. He found that America had 185,000 municipalities and entities. 185,000 municipalities and entities. So let me put that in perspective. When you think about a municipality is basically a corporation that's either local or a local governing body like a city, county, a town, township, a borough, a village. So a township, a town, a county, a city, a borough, a village, like the village of Elk Grove or the village of Fort Lauderdale or whatever. Like in New York, for example, you have boroughs like Harlem, you have Queens, you have Long Island, you have the Bronx. Those are all corporations, municipalities. And as an example, California had about 480 municipalities, or you could say corporations, or local governing bodies. So with about 18,000 governments or corporations alone, just in California alone, they had 18,000 governments or corporations. Can you believe that? Mm. And all of them have they have local, national, and international investments. All of them. All of these municipalities, whether it's in your state, whether it's a township, whether it's at the local level, those are corporations, and they have investments all over the planet. International investments, national investments, and all in turn file a CAFR report. They all have to file that report, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. You can look it up for any state. And you'll see all these municipalities listed, and you'll see how much they have invested, where they have invested, how much money they're making. And that's off the books type of accounting that's not in the official budget. So when the government owns all of these companies, isn't that the very definition of communism?
But
that's just a...
It's sneaky, though. It's like a sneaky, it's sneaky.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That's their job. That's what they're supposed to do, because a caveman can only do what a caveman is supposed to do, and that's do devilishment and wreak havoc on the rest of the human population. So here are the facts. The federal, or the Fed, they call it the Fed. The Fed, every single court, the police force, even Congress is a company. They're not governing bodies, they're companies. So the U.S. even owns stock in think about all the alphabet agencies, including the FBI, the CIA, the NASA. NASA, that's a business. CIA is a business. FBI, a business. The SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, a business. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, that's a business. They own stock in all those companies. What about the CDC? What about the World Health Organization?
That's true. Those
are profit-driven corporations too. So isn't that a conflict of interest when you have, the president on the stage talking about this so-called pandemic, and he has a member of the CDC, a member of a private corporation, not a governing body, put a private corporation on the stage with him,
We think
trying to
it's
dictate
government.
policy to the American people?
Yeah, we think it's government alongside with them. We don't think it's private. You know,
It's private.
Yeah,
It's
see?
private. So this would explain. This explains why nothing of any merit ever gets done for the American populace, because the government is a business enterprise that is unconcerned with the general welfare and more concerned with profiteering at the American people's expense. So conflict of interest all the way. So where's the legal proof of this? Where's more? Do I have any more legal proof? Yeah, there's court cases that show you the proof. Look up different court cases like U.S. versus Strang, 254, U.S. 491. Look up court case Lewis versus U.S. 6880 F 2D 1239. Those are court cases. So this is why in court, those court files called court dockets, you know, those dockets that have all those the paperwork inside of it. Did you know that those court dockets are equivalent to cash? A court docket is basically a collection of papers for a certain case. They put those papers in a case, in a file, and what do I mean? It's cash. They take that case, that file, and they monetize that file, or they convert it into cash. How do they do that? They take that group of paperwork, they take that court docket, and they literally deposit that docket into a bank account. Imagine you go into a bank and you take a file of papers, let's say some of your personal papers, and you say, okay, I want to deposit this in my bank as money. They will come and arrest your ass. They would arrest you. But that's what they're doing. They're taking this paperwork that's supposed to be for court purposes, and they're depositing that paperwork into a bank. Is this something to think about for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
They monetize paperwork. Let me explain how that works. Let me see where I can find this at. It's a lot of work, man. A lot of work.
I see, and that's why we have to really respect what you're doing. You know, because you know what? You're not going to learn this in school. This is why I would even suggest for us who have children, and welcome back on Common and Shelley.
That's exactly.
You need to play this stuff. We need to play this stuff so they know, and they can. Their curious minds will.
Yes.
It'll cause them to research and to look. And sometimes they may say in their transition, "Oh, this is corny" or whatever have you. But let it play over and over. Just let it play. Don't even say you have to sit down and listen to this. Just let it play over and over.
Read it out and read it to them.
Exactly. Read them a little snippet and let it play. You know.
All you guys do, go to Google Docs and have it recorded.
There you
print
go.
it out.
Mm-hmm.
You got a book. Now you got something to teach your children. Now let me read this real quick. Again, this is from Disclosure 101. There's so many jewels in this book. I keep going back to it. It says here, why have the courts malfunctioned in this way and continued on this course for almost 80 years? Part of it is ignorance. A great many American jurists have grown up under these conditions, and they don't know that anything different ever existed. Many don't know that statutory law is maritime law. And if the judges and lawyers don't know, who does? Some don't even know that statutory law applies to statutory entities, which are legal fictions created by statute. Statutory law applies uniquely to statutory entities. We just talked about entities. Legal fictions created by statute, like a straw man.
Yes.
The rest of the reason is pure corruption and graft for profit on the part of those who do know what is going on. Federal judges have issued standing orders to, quote unquote, invest all court cases through the Court Registry Investment System, called CRIS, C-R-I-S, an acronym for Court Registry Investment System. That is to deposit all cases as securities into the Dallas, Texas Federal Reserve Bank. Each court case is assigned a U.S. Treasury public debt number, a docket number in state courts, and a case number in U.S. district courts. And notice U.S. district court is all capitals, another business. This makes every court a securitized financial transaction. Every court case is a securitized financial transaction, which if this is security, they can borrow against that. It's money. So after the public debt is issued, which converts the court case into a counterfeit obligation under Code number 18 USC 472, ETSCQ 473, 474, the court administrator counterfeits the same debt obligation again by adding a CUSIP number to the instrument. One counterfeit obligation benefits the Federal Reserve, the other one benefits the IMF, International Monetary Fund. The CUSIP is an acronym for Committee on Uniform Securities Identification Procedures. CUSIP is a copyrighted and registered trademark of the American Bankers Association. The court administrators work for the banks, not any court system, unless you want to call it the court bank, where the bank always wins. And the point, at this point in the fraud, the court administrator working for the banks has converted every court case into a banking financial securities instrument, which puts the court itself into the position of being creditor, and both the plaintiff and the defendant are cast into the role of debtors. The judges are acting with a vested interest in insider knowledge, and they are insider trading in complete and utter violation of the judicial canons. They cannot act without bias when the quantity and quality of their salaries, benefits, and retirement packages are sitting in the docket every day awaiting their investment. Rather than ruling on the merits, arguments, or even the facts, they are making financial investments in every case, futures contracts in a future they can direct. They are running a rigged gambling operation out of the courthouse under the noses of the Alaska State Troopers, the FBI, and the U.S. Marshals, who all turn to these icons of rectitude for legal, quote-unquote, legal advice, she puts in quotes, instead of using their own noses and common sense to determine what is lawful. Since the judges and the court administrators are also committing tax fraud by shifting the debt created by every case onto the individual or individuals who are actually the creditors or creditor in every case, and converting the case into an investment security belonging to the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank instead, which in turn shifts the money from the creditor side of the transaction into the pockets of the debtors. They are deceptively laundering a fraudulent debt into corporate assets belonging to the bank and converting those assets into revenue sharing funnel back to the Department of Transportation, Federal Reserve, or Department of Transportation in all caps, which is another business, franchise, IMF franchises respectively. So in addition to running a rigged gambling operation out of the courthouses, plural, the courts are also laundering vast amounts of fraudulently procured credit assets back into the operations side of the two colluding trust management organizations. A whopping percentage of the total take from all this securities fraud goes into the judge's retirement fund, also administered by the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank. And she says here, it is self-explanatory why the courts and their administrators are at fault for this entire situation, that it is outrageous and not to be tolerated, and also why it must come to a halt and be brought to a halt by those responsible for administration of these entities. Any jurist who values his or her quote-unquote law license issued by an international banking cartel being operated as a criminal syndicate more than he or she values the law deserves to be disbarred and will be. So that's just gives you an idea of the criminality involved in these financial shenanigans going on in the courts. Posing as a legitimate court is actually a bank, acting as a bank. So if the federal, city, and state governments are corporations, does this mean that their police are private security guards? It's something to think about. Does that make them private security guards? Are they working for private corporations? Does it also mean that any profit-seeking corporation assuming the guise of a legitimate government is actually just a private corporation like any other private corporation? Like, say, the local dollar store corporation, or let's say the local 7-Eleven, or maybe even the local Burger King or the local McDonald's. All of those are private corporations too, and their sole motivation is profit. So, but if they slap that term government on their logo instead of, let's say, McDonald's or let's say dollar store, that doesn't provide them with any legitimate authority because they're still corporations. And corporations are in business solely to make a profit and not to secure the public interest, right?
Right.
So there's another court case I saw called Hoover versus Allison. No, I'm sorry, Hoover and Allison versus Evatt. And you guys can look these cases up. Hoover versus Allison versus Evatt. Evatt is spelled E-V-A-T-T. That court case confirms the existence of two distinctly different United States with two opposite forms of government. Two separate nations with two separate sets of laws, basically. Let me see if I can find that. So you guys are making so you can't say I'm making this up.
Oh, we know you're on the up and up, brother. We know.
I'll give you the case number. Hoover versus Allison. Allison is spelled A-L-L-I-S-O-N. I'm sorry, Hooven. It's Hooven, H-O-O-V-E-N. Hooven versus Allison versus Evatt. Evatt is E-V-A-T-T. Court case number 65 SCT 870, 880, 321, US 652, 89, L period ED period 12, 52, 1945. This court case conclusively affirmed basically that there were two distinctly different United States with two opposite forms of governments. How you like that?
Wow.
Now let me go to something else. This is written by a retired judge. He gives you the goods on what's going on. Let me see. This book is from a book he wrote. He wrote two books. One book is called The Matrix and the U.S. Constitution. The Matrix and the U.S. Constitution. I'm going to go to page 6 of The Matrix and the U.S. And he did it anonymous because he's retired because he doesn't want to get killed.
Heavy stuff, man.
Page 6. Page 6 talks about the founding fathers, the so-called founding fathers of the United States. So I'm loud and clear, right? Loud and clear?
Loud and clear, brother. Nice and keep it rolling.
All right. This is what it says. It says the motive of their founding fathers was totally self-centered. It was their personal greed that inspired them to accept the task of writing the Constitution of the United States and not patriotism. In actuality, the United States is not a land or a place. It is a corporation, a legal fiction that existed well before the Revolutionary War. See Republica versus Sween, 1 Dallas 43 and 28 USC 3002 15. So there's a court case and a actual code, a U.S. code. The court case was Republica versus Sween, S-W-E-E-N, 1 Dallas 43, and 28 USC 3002, and then 15 in commas. So that's another reference for you guys. And let's see. It says here, right here on the Constitution, our American society has been lied to by their government and lawyers more times than you will sign your name in your lifetime. And we have been indoctrinated or brainwashed to believe that the Constitution was created for we the people. The purpose behind these lies is to make you believe that you are free, safe, protected, and secure, and it is all a hallucination. How many of you have studied each line of the Constitution, the statutes at large, and the Articles of Confederation, armed with a reputable dictionary or a law dictionary from that era? If you take the time to do this, you will soon discover that the true purpose of the Constitution was to create a business plan and to establish a military government for the protection of the founding fathers, the king's commerce, protection of his agents, and the future control of his subjects, slaves. Even the preamble of the U.S. Constitution is a clue to the lie, and which states, to ourselves and our posterity. So if you never saw the title, The Constitution, and you were never told what this document was about, what do you think would be your first impression upon hearing or reading "to ourselves and our posterity"? The Constitution is not for we the people, and America is a matrix of misinformation. In the eyes of those in control, America is nothing more than a large plantation, and we the people are the slaves. In many U.S. And world treaties, get this part. In many U.S. and world treaties, the term high contracting powers, quote unquote, high contracting powers, is used to define your masters. And this terminology is written in the treaties. Everyone else is considered by them to be their slaves. It says all of the founding fathers had two things in common. They all shared the gift of a good education, or they were gifted individuals, and they all came from families of business or substance, These men all suffered from, quote unquote, visions of grandeur, or I would say delusions of grandeur. They viewed America as their one opportunity to make them powerful and wealthy. That's why it says to ourselves and our posterity. Initially, their plan was to steal America away from the king, despite the fact that King George funded the exploration of the New World, which legally gave him first claim to all new continents discovered. The seizure of the Americas by the king's explorers was not, as it has been depicted in our history books, presented to us by our government in our government-controlled public schools. Native Americans, these Indians, or the Indians, as they call it, because we were actually the original indigenous people on this planet, and we were the ones here that merged with the Chinese that came here in, I think, the 1400s on a Chinese junk ship, and they interbred with the Olmec people that were here, Negroid people that had Egyptian regalia that they wore in Egyptian headdress, but that's another aside. So the Native Americans, the Indians, that Asiatic, Oriental, high cheekbone, red complexion, straight, raven-haired, moccasin-wearing, feather-adorned, moccasin-wielding type individual is a fiction that was sold to us by Hollywood. Hollywood sold us that image. The original image of Native Americans were black people, because if you go and look at the diaries of the original, the explorers that came over here, they talked about what the people looked like and how they had bushy hair. But this is not in what I'm reading. I'm just saying this from, it's just an aside. But Native Americans, the Indians, as they call them, were murdered. Their villages burned. Many were enslaved. And by the way, that's why a lot of people have parents or grandparents that were here that said that they were always here, because they were always here. When there was before continental drift, as they call it, because if you look at Africa and you look at South America, they look like they would fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. And they were once connected. And if you go and look at the vegetation on both sides, the vegetation is the same. So they were connected at some point. And when, at that point, the original Olmecs, they walked over here by land bridges. They walked over. We were the first people. But anyway, the Native Americans or the Indians, because most people, when they think of Indians, they think of, that type of look, that Asiatic Oriental look, which that would make them our mulatto children. For those of them that want to accept, and many of them do. Native Americans, the Indians, were murdered, their villages burned, many were enslaved, infected by diseases brought from England, and their lands taken back or taken by force and the threat of force by these early explorers. The Indians were labeled savages by these immigrant explorers from England, but the true savages were the English ancestors, or our English ancestors, not mine, but his. One thing the founding fathers did not know was that all of the king's lands and all future acquisitions, such as the Americas, had been given and pledged by King John to Pope Innocent III and the Holy Roman Church by the Treaty of 1213. After that fact was proven to the founding fathers, King George and representatives from the Vatican decided to use the constitutional draft created by the founding fathers to further their plan to control the colonists. Control attained by bringing the colonists to their knees in debt. So any way you read it, the Constitution was never written with the intent of benefiting the American people. It says here, did you know that 98% of the law schools in America and England do not include constitutional law as a part of their law curriculum? So all these lawyers, or would-be lawyers, or aspiring lawyers, are going to these law schools and they're thinking they're learning real law. They're not even learning, they're learning color of law, not even actual law. That's why they call it color of law. So the reason for this phenomenon is because constitutional law does not apply to or affect the enforcement of statutes, codes, or administrative regulations. That applies to fictional legal fictions, which have replaced constitutional law, the common law, the public law, and penal law, and which have been designed to control you. Constitutional law is taught as an elective at Harvard, Yale, and Cambridge. It's an elective course. It's not like the main course. It's an elective course at Harvard, Yale, and Cambridge. It's not the mainstay of what you learn. It's not the mainstay of your legal education. It says constitutional law is taught as an elective at Harvard, Yale, or Cambridge, and only for students of law who are planning a future career in government. This should make sense to you as you read on. That's just some of the jewels he got in this book. So have you ever heard of Senator State publicly on national TV? Actually, they even had a Senator State publicly on national TV, but of course the American people are so asleep. They're so drugged up, so coked up, so cracked up, so what do you call that drug?
Methamphetamine.
That's messed up. They're so sportsed up.
For real.
They're so sexed up.
Oh, tell me about it.
They're so chopped up, so consumering up.
Pornhub.
You know? Yeah, they're so porned up, so jacked up, so broke, and so distracted that this was on public TV. And they figure if a person can say this on public TV and get away with it, and there's no type of backlash, then these people are ripe for exploitation. They're ripe for slavery. This guy's name was Allen West. Allen West, a senator, a state senator, said publicly on TV, on national TV, that the U.S. is a corporation. The United States, a corporation. The United States, a corporation. That's what he said on TV, on national TV.
What?
And if you look up James Traficant, he revealed this information too in great detail. And he proved it, and he was thrown into prison. I think, if I remember correct, he was a member of Congress. And also, if we're not a corporation, we wouldn't have statutes, codes, and regulations, because statutes, codes, and regulations apply to legal fictions, not to human flesh and blood. We would have laws instead of that. We would have laws, because statutes, codes, and regulations are not laws. They're masquerading as laws. And the fact that like I said, that we have statutes imitating law means that we exist inside of a government corporation, state, local, or federal. So, like I mentioned, statutory laws apply only to statutory entities, also known as legal fiction entities, and corporations are legal fiction entities, and that would include your straw man. So when you deal with fictional entities, just to put it in perspective and to make it easier to and it is easy to grasp. Think about what a fictional entity is. There's many different ways to describe, or many different specific ways to describe a legal fiction entity. First of all, it's called a legal fiction entity because legal fiction entities only exist in the legal realm, and thus they are not real. That's why they call them legal fictions. They exist in the realm of contracts, statutes, laws, codes, and paperwork. How many people do you know that live in the realm of paperwork? How many people do you know that live in statutes? How many people do you know that live in a house that's called codes? Nobody lives in those types of places. So those are non-existent fictional realms. So because fictional entities only exist really in your mind, it's a conceptual thing. But when they put them on paper, they give them life, if you want to say that. They exist in the realm of contracts, statutes, laws, codes, and paperwork. So they don't exist. They exist only in the legal realm. So fictional entities, also called vehicles, they call them fictional entities or vehicles, financial vehicles, also known as incorporated persons, because they've endowed these legal fiction entities, believe it or not, with what they call personhood. And if they're persons, that makes them supermen, right? Because you don't have the power that a corporation has. So these legal fiction entities, just to repeat, and just for clarity's sake, they call them vehicles, and they also call them because the vehicle is something that you use to drive somewhere or to get to a certain destination, and they use these things for the same purpose. And of course, they got that from the law of the seas, which is maritime law, and it just comes full circle. So they also call them incorporated persons. So examples of a legal fictional entity. You've heard of LLC, right? Limited Liability Company or Limited Liability Corporation.
Yes, that's like
Some
me,
people
SCURV
start-
Media, LLC.
Exactly, LLC. That's a fictional entity. It exists on paper, and you are the face of it, but it doesn't. It only exists really in the legal realm. A limited liability partnership. They call it LLP for short. That's another type of business structure. LLP. That's a legal fiction entity. There's real people that work in the that work with that entity, but that's a legal fiction. A partnership is a legal fiction. A government is another example of a legal fiction. A cooperative, a business that's owned and operated for and by the members or the people that use those services, that's called a co-op. You can have housing co-ops. You can also have just a regular co-op that's a business, but it's owned and operated by a group of people for those people, for the benefit of people that use those services. So that's another legal fiction entity. And then you've heard of trusts. A trust is a legal fiction entity. And of course, you've heard of corporations. And you've heard of probably utility companies. But I think the more proper name that they use is transmitting utility. And that would be any type of a transmitting utility would be something engaged in the business of like any business operating or engaged in transporting things like railways or streetcars or electronic or electromagnetic communications, even like any type of cable company. They're engaged in. They're classified as a public utility. Another example of a transmitting utility would be any business that transporting things like goods via pipeline, or those things that produce and distribute energy using steam, electricity, gas, like the gas company, electric company. Those things would be considered transmitting utilities. Again, legal fiction entities, but they have manifestations of real buildings and whatnot, and real people that work for that. Because you take that contract or that paperwork that it was created on, which really gives it its personality, its corporate personality, then it doesn't exist for all intents and purposes. If you liquidate the company by dissolving the legal fiction entity, and then it doesn't exist. And you do that by piercing the corporate shield. But another example, a foundation. A foundation will be like an institution financed for, usually they say education, research, but I say that they also use it to finance genocide, like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That's a foundation, right? But it's an institution financed for genocidal purposes. So a foundation is also a legal fiction entity. So you have all those different types of legal fiction entities: partnerships, cooperatives, transmitting utilities, trusts, corporations, foundations, limited liability, or LLPs or LLCs, and those types of things. And of course, don't forget your straw man too is a legal fiction entity. So I said a mouthful, and I still got more to tell you. But how are we looking at time-wise and interest-wise?
We have been on for 2 hours and 58 minutes and 25 seconds, and time doesn't matter, brother. Just flow on. You take the energy and just flow as much as you want. You know me, I'm going to hang here for as long as it takes because this is beautiful. You know what I mean? So that's on you, because we can continue more. We can continue more tonight. I'm here multitasking and enjoying it, and I'm right here with you, brother, riding shotgun.
Well, I'll probably go a little bit longer, and then
your energy is amazing, man, because I know you were a little tired when we started, but your energy is amazing, and I really appreciate the sacrifice not only now to share this, but to the sacrifice that you put in studying and absorbing and rapid fire on the real. You can take the shows of most people and take a 90-second swatch of it. And if you compare any 90 seconds of this show, other than the parts where I'm talking, but when you're talking, any 90 seconds was so jam-packed with information as opposed to the watered-down, entertaining value of others. And this show, I don't put anybody's show down. I'm just saying this is some concentrated stuff. You can take any 90 seconds of what you said tonight and create a whole entire show. Seriously, 30 seconds you can do and take a whole entire show and make a whole entire show. As opposed to an hour of watered down foolishness that just leaves you brain numb. You're the real deal. You see?
I try to be thorough. I try to give the people my best, and I want this, like I said, to be a legacy. And I want this to be something that people can come back in later years, and I want children to be able to look at this stuff and say, this is what, this is, we have to do something to counter the narrative. Because was it Elijah Muhammad that said, was it Noble Drew Ali? He said that in order to change the mentality of the people, you have to change their media or what they read. That's how you change the mentality of the people.
Mm-hmm.
You have to change what they are focusing on and what they're reading.
That's right.
That's what he said, and that's true. And so, if we don't take the responsibility and take this, do our part to impart this information to our children, we have no excuse to say, well, that's their job to teach our children. No, we're dropping the ball. All this historical information that we need to be teaching our children, and we're going to leave it to them, our enemies, to do that? No. That's not going to fly. I think at this point, I'll give you guys some definitions. It'll be helpful for you guys to understand some definitions for me to go forward, I'll just start with some general definitions, and then I'll give you some relevant definitions that relate to criminality, to just give you an idea of the type of sample of the crimes committed under maritime law against we the people. So I'll start with definition. You probably heard of the word, everybody's heard of the word trust. A trust fund. You've heard of people that are rich from a trust fund, a child that doesn't work. And a trust can be defined in different ways, but a trust basically is, again, it's another legal fiction. It's an entity, as you want to call it that. It's funny how entity in business is also another occultic word. Entity, entity, a thing. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, brother.
Okay. A trust is when assets are in a trust, they are separated. They're in a separate ownership structure instead of them being in your own name. They're in another person's name. And just to give you an example of a trust, let me see. Very interesting article I saw about this topic that I ran across. And the name of the article is called the name of the article is How the Rich Hide Their Assets. Because you ever notice a lot of rich people don't have anything in their name, right?
Right.
This is the article. This is what it says. It says it's very simple how the rich hide assets. How the rich hide their assets is not to hide them at all. The rich use laws to protect their assets. They use legal entities created under different laws, trust laws, corporate laws, partnership laws, and tax loopholes available to all, not just the rich. The rich use laws to protect their assets. They use legal entities created under different laws, trust laws, corporate laws, partnership laws, and tax loopholes available to all. Oh, I just read that. The average guy wants to own, quote unquote, own assets. Like the average person, they want to own assets. But it says here, the rich have learned that control is more significant than ownership. By not owning the asset, they control frivolous lawsuits, they avoid probate, they avoid estate taxes, and they are able to significantly reduce their taxes. It says ownership is the absolute right to possess and use the property to the exclusion of others. Control is the control of others or skillfully influencing others to one's advantage. Ownership is absolute. Control is not. If assets are in the absolute control of others, there is no control on how it can be transferred, thus avoiding frivolous lawsuits. So what they say is, sue me, you'll never get a dime. That's what they mean when they say that. The rich have also learned to diversify their assets worldwide. The theory, don't put your eggs in one basket, applies to everyone, not just the rich. Everyone has, well, this is just what they're saying. It says, they say everyone has the same opportunity to diversify. The number may be smaller for the average guy, but there is nothing that the rich are doing that is not available to everyone. Available to everyone who would like to hide their assets, truly independent trustees, irrevocable trust, foreign trusts, limited liability companies, and other things. Foreign limited liability companies, international business companies, limited partnerships, corporations under Chapter C, and corporations under Subchapter S. And I don't want to get too technical, but that's pretty much what it said. There's a little bit more, but you guys get the gist of what I was going at. Just basically wanted to shed more light on what a trust is and how they operate. Right. So you have different types of trust. You can have a family trust. You can have an inheritance trust. You can have a charitable trust. And like in a family will want to have a trust because they want to just protect their assets because they might want to pass those assets down to the future. Because let's say you pass away, like my brother-in-law passed away. My sister has a house, and the house goes into probate. If she had a trust in place, then the house would not have gone, the proper trust, it would not have gone into probate. And she would not have had to worry about, she would have had, the assets in her hands and not in the hands of the state. Now the state can take a piece of that. So that's what trusts are for. And, they could be, be used to avoid probate, or you could, like I said, protect your assets from creditors. Maybe creditors are breathing down your back and you don't want them to get to your assets. So that's another way, among other reasons. And they would use what they call a revocable living trust, because they have different types, revocable and irrevocable. And revocable just means you control it, you can alter it, you can control it, while you live. And the irrevocable one just means it can't be changed, can't be altered, and you basically give up control of your assets pretty much. So it's irrevocable. So that's just different types of trust that they have in place. And if you have a trust contract, let's make this relevant. Let's say in a trust, you always have like three parties, right? You have a beneficiary, you have a trustee, and then you have the person that starts the trust. So let's say me, LANCESCURV, and Carrie Lux. Let's say LANCESCURV is the beneficiary. Let's make me the beneficiary. I'm the beneficiary. No. Actually, let's make Lance the beneficiary. Let's say that I have some assets, and I want to make sure that Lance gets these assets to continue his mission when I pass. If I pass away, so I would start what you probably call a charitable trust, and then so Lance will be the beneficiary. Let's say I make Carrie Lux my trustee, the person that handles the finances of the trust. Me, on the other hand, I am the trustor or the guarantor or the donor. Different names they have. So I would be the truster, the guarantor, or the donor, and I would be the ones donating the funds into that account. And so basically, I don't have ownership of those funds, but I get to control how they're used. And for having it in a trust like that, I can avoid different types of things like certain types of taxes and whatnot. So that's what people use in those different types of things. So Carrie Lux will be the trustee. She would manage the trust on behalf of the beneficiary, or she's supposed to do that. She would basically manage those benefits or the assets in that trust on behalf of LANCESCURV. And LANCESCURV would obviously be the beneficiary of those funds. So me, as the person that starts the trust, I would be the person that the trustor, the grantor, or the donor, because I'm the one putting the money into the trust. Right. So I'm still really using it for what I wanted to use it for, because if I just gave him that money outright, it'd be different. But if I do it this way, I'm ensuring that he gets the funds and that those funds will always be there. So does that make any sense? I assume so.
No, it makes sense. I was reaching for a banana, went to the other side of the room. I said, the very second I get up, I know he's going to ask me a question.
Banana's probably running from you.
No, but
that banana's running. That banana's running. But there's other different types of trust too. Like you have what they call a foreign situs trust, SITUS, and all that means is offshore trust, or secret trust, or foreign. It's just fancy names they use, but that's what it means. So if a trust is, so if I mention that name later, you'll know what I'm talking about. If I say a foreign situs trust, SITUS, that's just a trust that's created under foreign law. So they call those foreign trust, or an offshore trust, like an offshore account, offshore trust, or a secret trust. And then you have other types of trust, like a public trust, created basically for charitable purposes, or educational purposes, or scientific purposes, or maybe I want to leave a trust fund in place for, say I'm religious. I'm not, but say I'm religious and I want to leave all my money to a religious organization, and I put it in a trust. Okay, that way they can't attack my assets. They can't get to my assets depending on how I have it set up. So, basically, a trust is just something like property that's held by another person. A trustee, in this case, will be Carrie Lux. She'll be the trustee. She will be holding the property that I donate. I'm the donor, I'm the grantor, or I'm the trustor, putting the property or the wealth or the money into the trust on behalf of you, LANCESCURV, the beneficiary, so you can continue your work.
Well, I would continue to work with no problem. I'm not going to run off and buy a Bentley somewhere. I'm gonna go even more crazy.
Oh yeah, you put it in the right place. Because I'm not money motivated, and you're not money. I'm only motivated to a point, but I know that money really has no value.
Exactly.
Money has no value. Real value is in humans. Right. So in this case, you would be the beneficiary, let's say, of an enormous trust set up by your father. Even maybe your father set up a trust. You'd be the beneficiary of the trust. So Carrie Lux, in this case, that she's the trustee and she's managing the trust on behalf of you, then she would have what they call as a fiduciary responsibility. Just remember that word, fiduciary responsibility. It sounds fancy, but it doesn't. It's nothing heavy. And then another definition you want to know about is it's spelled CESTUI. Next word QUE. QUE. CESTUI. Next word QUE. It's called SESTU-K. SESTU-K. SESTU-K is another word for a beneficiary trust. So if you have a trust set up for you, that's a beneficiary trust. You can also call it a SESTU-K trust. And that's just a Latin word. It's kind of a weird word, and I may not have the pronunciation right, but that's what it is. And again, a beneficiary would be a person like yourself, or a person's entitled to the benefit of a trust. And a beneficiary is usually a flesh and blood person like you. You're a real person or a natural person. But a corporation can also be a beneficiary. So, and back to SESTU-K. SESTU-K, they call them SESTU-K or SESTU-K trusts, or SESTU-KV, spelled CESTUI. Next word QUE. Next word VIE. SESTU-KV trust, or SESTU-KVI trust. A straw man is a perfect example of a SESTU-KVI trust. So canon law, it says basically, if you study canon law will tell you that a name that's spelled in all capital letters is a SESTU-KVI trust. So a straw man, that name that you get mailed to your house every time you get a bill in all capital letters, that's a SESTU-KVI trust. So that's the best way I could explain it. So now I'm going to tell you, give you some samples of crimes committed against us under maritime law. some types of crimes that are committed. I'm wondering if I should just stop right now and just finish that later. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, go how you feel, brother. Don't overextend yourself, because you know my work ethic. I'm here. You can call me anytime. In actuality, I'm actually working also on some new graphics and animations and different things. So I'm going to be up for another hour or two. But
Okay.
I'm winding down too. It may happen before then, but I would never wind down when I'm on a show. That's what I do. That's I have a mental approach when doing a show. You lead the energy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I would never end the show. You know, it's like a fighter who never quits.
Yeah. That is appreciated. But what I'm going to do, I'm looking at the time. I have a time constraint.
Yes.
I didn't know that it was the time that it is.
Yes, understood.
But what I'll do is I'll start back up with the criminal the criminal definitions,
right,
or some of the work that give people a sample of the crimes committed against them under maritime law, and then I'll finish up by telling them how we got to this point,
yes,
and what we can do to get out of it.
Yes, that's not a problem, brother. It will just make it a part 2 of the same particular show. And
yeah,
whenever you're ready, any day, any time.
Yes. Yeah, it's not too long, and this way it also helps me to. Because if I kept going, we'll be going for a couple more, maybe another couple. I just want you guys to understand what type of state we're in, and I want to obliterate all the fallacies of the matrix that we live in. Because sometimes people have. What's that? You
gave them a fabulous cerebral meal at a 5-star restaurant, and they have huge doggy bags the size of duffel bags to take home to chew from until that time comes. So, like I said, it's phenomenal. I mean, you were going hard, and the time flew. I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah.
And I don't mean it in a bad way. At the time flew and I'm beat up. I could feel the fatigue in me, but I'm demanding more stuff out of myself tonight, creation-wise, because when I wake up, I'm waking up and getting straight back to work. And there's a couple things I hope to do very unique this week. And like I said, as long as I can keep my hands moving, that's what I'm all about. Like with Brother Yaga earlier, that was a 5 hour, 5.5 hour, 18 minutes. That's cool. We've been on now for 3 hours and 16. And if it was required of me and you said, let's do another 3 hours, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. That's what we do. I've committed to that.
If I didn't have the time constraint, I would finish this tonight. But
yeah, no, I understand. No, we're not mad at you. We ain't mad at you. We want you preserved.
This is what the appetite. This is giving them something to chew on. This is I probably give them a lot to chew on. But this is where we are, and there is a way out. There is a remedy.
Yes, indeed.
There is a remedy.
But you've given so much, brother. You know what I mean? And you got to preserve yourself so you'll be strong for the next day, for the next time. Whenever that
I'm going to be strong anyway. I'm going to be strong anyway because I'm in very good health. But it's just what I have to do in the morning. I have to make sure I can get up, that I'm not tired.
Right. Because you don't want to carry over that fatigue.
So I'm glad that I was able to get this out. I'm very pleased that I was able to get this out. But this is, like I said, this is only tip of the iceberg compared to what I do have to tell you guys. Just tip of the iceberg. Because I cover many different topics.
Oh, I know you do. I know you do. And that's what makes it wonderful. It's not just one way. You're going with, surgical precision on any topic that you know. Yeah, it's really
the way to go.
Exactly.
Go hard or go.
That's all. Look, that's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know. If I can't do it the way I want, I ain't doing it. So
right. Yep. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I can't see the comments, but
oh, you will. You got like 3 hours and 18 minutes worth of comments to read when the time comes.
Wow. Where's the listening audience? Where they what locale? What locales? What locations?
Okay. On that note, I know many are all over the world, but just let's get a roll call, everybody, real quick before Brother Zamal leaves, and I'll call it out. Let's get a roll call. State, city, country, place of birth. Drop some names in there. Let's get a roll call. Bless him with a roll call to show the places that he's touched, and I'll read it all out. I like that. The magic of technology, which there's a magic to that side, but
Sure.
Okay, let's get a roll call, y'all. Okay, Japan, Macon, Georgia, UK.
Japan. Oh.
Yes, Latrice Stories in Japan. Las Vegas, Miami, North Carolina, Baltimore, San Francisco, California. Another one from the UK, Germany, Houston, Texas, Maryland. Okay, it's popping up pretty good. I like that. I love this range. It's wonderful. You know, Chicago, Long Beach, California, Michigan, Round Rock, Texas. Did I say Germany already before?
Germany.
Yes. Atlanta, you know, Bmore. Wow. Bay Area, California. Brother Zamal, your voice is all over the world. Japan, right?
Wow.
Yeah, and I know there's so much more because we have like about 318 people who are listening right now. You know, Pittsburgh.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, and those are in and out. We got Denmark, Philadelphia, Birmingham, UK, Bronx, New York, Texas. It's scrolling up so fast on this here. So Cleveland, Ohio. Let me see. Oh yeah, I was in Cleveland earlier this year, Sharon.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, I was up there. I kind of popped up unexpected, and I was on my travel roll. You know what I mean? And this thing comes Missouri. You know?
Wow, yeah. I've been there before. Yeah.
Finland. Wow, Finland. Chicago.
Yeah, this gives them something to chew on.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
Yeah, come out of the matrix. We want you to come out of the matrix.
Exactly.
There's a lot of people, a lot of 20-somethings, they don't know what's going on. When I was 20, I didn't know what the heck was going on.
Yeah,
I was learning.
Yeah, but that's the way it look. You were set back. If you came up in the public school system, you were set back. Chi-Town, Lakefront. Yes.
Wow.
But yeah, no, you were set back, man. I mean, what a start line is, they pushed it back 2 miles. By the time you ran 2 miles, you realize, wait a second, all of this was a waste of time, you know, to a point. And those are the crucial years that we are supposed to develop and absorb the real stuff. Yet and still, you take some of the other races that feed their children straight up reality, and they teach them how to play us as melanated people. You see what I mean? And then they have the advantage. It's almost like the joke's on us. Like, okay, you all are buying those, outfits and name brand stuff, and we would make fun of them. I'm not saying me, but I know a lot, that would make fun, and then looking at them like, you fool, you just don't know. And then now we see that little smirk on their face, what it meant, because they were being groomed for power over us. Because like I say, we are the junkyard of the world. Whenever they need something, they can come to us and extract it, tell us a story, and we give it up. We give up our power. They know we have the power, but we don't know what to do with it. We're not even aware we have it. We're looking to them, and they're snatching from us. If we realize what we have and keep what we have, and play the hard game with them, they would vaporize overnight.
Yeah, I would even ask the audience, have you ever heard anything like this before in your controlled public educational systems? You'll never hear this. Never.
It's too empowering.
From a real brother who's done the real research, who has real knowledge and firsthand experience in what I'm talking about.
That's right. Because
real information. So I'm glad that I tried to plow through everything, but there's a lot more other things that I thought about, some of the other concepts you guys need to know.
Yes.
Because I believe in full spectrum knowledge. I don't just want to just know about one thing. I want to know everything. I know that's impossible.
Full spectrum
knowledge. I want full spectrum knowledge, full spectrum. So I want to equip the youth what I didn't have. That way they'll be much better off. Because when you think about it, in the final analysis, we are one family, one blood, one flesh, one bone.
But they want us to know.
And what affects them affects you.
That's right. But they want us to know.
And this problem is not just confined to the U.S. You'll see when I talk to you about it further. All of us are involved in this matrix.
We got Riverdale, Georgia in the house. Gwendolyn Morgan. She said, thank you for your knowledge of truth.
Corporations hold power. They don't hold no power. They hold power insofar as you allow them to hold it. They don't have any power. Their power is an illusion. Their power is based upon people. If people liquidate that corporate charter, they don't exist.
Mm.
I just saw that comment in the thing. They don't have no damn power.
That's right. None at all.
They don't have any power. They need you as human batteries to subsist off of.
Mm-hmm. On so many levels.
They need you to charge them. They don't have any energy. You need to energize them. They don't have any, like some people say, oh, the pharmaceutical, oh, they got power. They don't have squat. They don't have squat because you're sitting up at the TV watching them all day long, and okay, you're watching your soap operas or whatever, but the pharmaceutical companies are advertising every damn commercial.
Mm-hmm.
And who's buying those pharmaceutical drugs? Oh, you are. Not you per se, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, brother.
So it's the power is really predicated on that's people power. And if the people migrate away from that garbage and embrace natural remedies, which they have demonized and marginalized to the point where most people even think that they're not as effective. And in some cases, they're not, because they've been watered down purposely by the pharmaceutical mafia. They have been watered down.
Mm.
But you wouldn't know that unless you've, done your research. You have to do, and for you to say that, this is people that say, that's conspiracy theory. I just say that you're just making a confession that you have a historical deficit, that you have a gaping hole in your knowledge of history
mm-hmm.
and of socio-political ongoings that for you to even make a statement like that. And it's also due to a lack of imagination, because they do steal your imagination in the school systems. They steal you. They rob you of your imagination, of your creative ability. And then people think that the only thing that is, they have what I call it the world is all there is mentality. So if there's something that they don't see and it doesn't exist, then it doesn't exist, because it doesn't exist in their world. Oh, I never saw no alien, but so they can't exist. Well, really? I proved that they exist with one of the videos I did. What was the video I did? Nazi Germany and the Polarity War?
Of course.
I proved that.
Yeah.
Physical evidence.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even all of it. That was just a taste.
We are living in a world that is like so far different than what we were made to believe, the one they painted for us.
I got more.
This is why we have to go hard to stream. And those who hold on to the old stuff, they're going to perish. Let me tell you something. I made some moves within this last year in my personal life that was so radical, and I am so glad I made them. I am so free. I'm so free. I mean, things that most people don't even know. I mean, I just totally said, you know what? I've been talking this stuff of freedom and walking away from the system. I walked away. People will think I'm crazy, and I feel so much better. I would be messed up if I stayed. Yeah.
The blood pressure is down. I know people that have walked off jobs and they're not as financially ahead, but they're doing good.
But they're better off.
And they're doing fine. They're better off health wise, not being on the job like that.
I mean, it's amazing on so many different levels.
Between health.
Yeah. On so many different levels. Just so many different
money and
levels.
everything. Give me a choice between health and money. Give me my health. That's my wealth
That's
there.
Right. That's right. And that's what I hope to inspire as time goes by, when we can open up and share some of the things that we've done in our walk. Not that we don't want to share it now. It's because, we are watched by the government. And I know this platform is watched for many years. Let me tell you something. On the honest and real, maybe I haven't told you, but I've been watched from 2005 for sure. 2005. And that's not some quackery, but all of these factions of things.
All of us are watched.
Oh yeah, we all are. And I'm not saying I'm watching any more than anybody else, but I have documentation. I have people who have gone in, in a cyber way and proved to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that, especially my website, it's crawled by, I don't know whether it's bots or human people, but that's just the way it is. I'm on 5 different agency lists, and they just watch because of the kind of content we have and everything. So, and I was told not to be scared, which I'm not scared, but it's just that they monitor things like that. So, I'm very comfortable with it. Nobody likes it, but I'm very comfortable with knowing what I know because it empowers me in actuality. You see what I mean? So and it also makes me more bold. You know what I mean? Makes me more okay. Really, you want to hear this? So the things that I do not exactly.
Me too.
So I don't even. There are things that they don't know unless I purposely allow them to. As far as certain movements or certain plans ahead of time, they'll never know those plans and the movements. It's no rhythm with me. There's no 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's no 3, 6, 9, 12. I'm always staggered. I do stupid stuff to throw people off.
Me too. I mean? That's why I just stagger mine when I come on here. I don't have no set time to come. I just come.
Tell me, let me tell you something. There have been times when I've gotten up in the middle of the night when it was really heavy, all of that stuff, just for the heck of it every now and then. I don't care who hears it. I've gotten up in the middle of the night, hopped in the car and drove to Georgia, got a hotel room, stayed there and came back the next day. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even know I was going to do that. I just, let me do this right now.
Yes.
Just let's work the agents. You know what I mean? You tell 5 different agents 5 different things or let them overhear, make them feel they're overhearing. I'm not paranoid. I just know how it works. And when everything comes out, like I said, back in 2005, folks, I mean, you crazy. 15 years later, look at the world we're living in. And all this was pre-planned. This was not done, 6 months ago. When things manifest, it's been planned. It's like gentrification. When you see a neighborhood gentrifying, you go back 20, 25 years at least, and that's when the plans were made. Okay, we're going to let the niggers have their drugs, get records where they're not able to hold a job to keep their property that they're going to inherit from their family. Then they're going to have either drug addictions or drugs on their record. The murder, the pregnancy, the child. We have all these nooses out here. It's planned. So when you have somebody who basically knows, like, I sacrifice because I have to live like a hermit. I live a Spartan life. I mean, look. These 3 hours and 30 minutes were on. The other 5 hours and a half or whatever was on all day before when I was doing different things. This is the tip of the iceberg when you see me on a show. There's other things with the shows and stuff, and in personal life and in real life things I'm doing. And I have to shake the agents. They know where I am. A lot of people don't know where I am. I could be at 3 different locations in the same day. I don't have to sleep in the same place at the same time. I'm taking it to the extreme. We're going to have some fun, but I'm going to get the work done. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely. Well, that's, we roll the same way, brother.
Yes.
That's why we connected. We were supposed to connect.
And I love the partnership and the brotherhood. And I fully understand you 100%. And I'm in my position to help you in your position. You may be not online like that and whatever have you, but I'm more than glad to assist you because I'm all over the place online and I know there's a certain level of vulnerability, but at the same token, when the switch is pulled, I'll still be working, but it'll be like, where is he physically? You hear me? I'll be there. I'll do this, but we're working it out right now. So it'll be real funny.
Yeah. Well, this was fun. It was a lot of fun. It was great to get this out. Trust me, guys. Like I said, there's a whole lot more. This is just tip of the iceberg type stuff.
I want you to get your rest.
Yeah. But I can talk forever. But if it wasn't for that, I would still be.
You and I are verbal Ali and Frasers.
Never stop.
Right, we're not fighting each other. I'm just saying, like, we could just keep going, and it's always going to be.
Yeah, we never stop. We never stop. Yeah, that's And I used to. My father was like that. He'd start talking, and he'd just be talking forever. Man, he'd talk our head off, and my brother and sister would be sleeping. I'd be sitting up there listening to him. I'm like, I want to be as wise as him.
Exactly.
You can tell he knew everything. This guy knew everything, and it rubbed off on me. So.
Yeah, but it's a good thing. It's a blessing to the world, brother. It's a blessing to our world, So,
like I said, LANCESCURV, this is one of the jewels on the internet, one of the greatest jewels we have on the internet. So get some of these shows, download them, print them out, and have that for posterity, because with this way Amazon's working, they're basically engaging in a digital book burning campaign right now.
Yes.
It's digital book burning insofar as they the books that you're getting, a lot of times when you get the books, they take certain information out. It's not complete. It's abridged, or they're trying to charge such exorbitant prices that you can't even buy the books, like $1,000 for a book. Like I was going to buy this book from this brother, and I called him. I said, "Man, your book is expensive." He's like, "Yeah, Amazon's doing that." Whereas I can get the book for $30.
And remember,
$1,000 for a book, $2,000 for a book, and he's selling it for 30 something.
See that?
Amazon selling it for. See, that's a digital book burning campaign. They're not, literally doing it, but they're actually doing it.
And see, there's a guy from the brother from I believe North Carolina that called me. But he was about in his 70s, and he's been telling me he's been collecting books for the last 40 years, and he has I think 40,000 books and first editions. Yes, I gotta reach out to him. I've been saying that, but I gotta really, and he wants to talk. And what he basically said, I'm gonna let you go after this. What he basically said was that the first editions, the original ones, he has books dating back to 1875 in his collection. And he said basically those who claim to be, or they may strike it down. I'm not scared to say it, but this has been such a good show. I'm not gonna say it. But those who stole the land from the Palestinians, those are the people who, they went around and purchased the first editions of many of these books, republished them without certain key information in them. So now we're buying books that are watered down, that even maybe several decades old. So we got to get back to the original stuff. And because look, you can't stop a book. Once you have a physical book in your hand, it's not like a site that you go up to and say, okay, let me download. I don't see it anymore. No, you physically have that book. And this is why it's important to do that. When you get a hold of good books, get an extra copy or 3 extra copies and wrap them in plastic.
Copies. I'm not asking for no money for the books. Get the books, download the information, and just spread it. That's all I'm asking.
Exactly.
Not that I'm all that, but the information I have is.
You are all that, brother. You because you're made in a special way in this position. Yes, you are a specialist. You're not a liar like most of these so-called scholars are or educators are, which they only push propaganda. You push the truth, and you are all that and more. Yes, you are. You're a warrior, intellectual warrior, and a physical warrior. But you put it down. Well, who sacrifices like this? You know what I mean?
That's we have to have a level of service for our people. If we really want to come up, that's what we got to do.
That's right. That's right.
That's what we have to do. So I can't say, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm going to do it and be the example, and then maybe other people do the same. You just then they'll let them know. Well, they'll let them know. Well, maybe I don't have to do that, but I can do something. There's something that you can do.
Exactly, and it may not always be something.
Spread the video around. Spread the video around. That's doing something.
Right, because you see, I can't reach the circles of people. Say, for example, a person on the show who's listening. Okay, say for example, they have a Facebook page, and let's just say, for example, they have 600 friends. Maybe they have more, but I might be mutual friends with 3 of them. Well, what about the other 597? If you share that link. Now, maybe everybody doesn't watch it, but maybe 25 will and catch on. You see? So we have to think that. Now, we know Facebook and Google block stuff. So you have to just keep spreading it out there. Because my stuff is blocked a lot,
I know. On Facebook, you probably can't even get that stuff through.
Oh, yeah. Well, they always try to come after me. So, I mean, they're limiting my stuff on my Facebook page, my like page right now, and that's just what they want.
Well, it's not them. Like I said, it's the government. They're an extension of all. They're one and the same. It's the same entity.
But this is why they want social distancing to stop us from talking. Like I said, what are they going to do? Stop me from talking? Going out to the corner and talking to my brothers and sisters? Not going to stop.
They're afraid of us. They're afraid of us. They know that their religion has expired. Their religious concepts are totally bogus. And they're in the process of being dismantled by me and many other people. But I'm definitely doing my best to dismantle that fiction. All of the Abrahamic religions are fictions. All of the religions are fictions. But the Abrahamic religions in particular, I have a certain level of disdain for. Judaism, Christianity, Islam, garbage. All of them.
I agree. 100% truth, brother.
And I'll tell you why, but not now. And it's going to blow your mind when I tell you why. It's not for the obvious reasons.
Wow.
Nobody in 1,000 years would even know.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, that's coming. Right now, they want to listen, and they're scared. Their time of rulership is up. It's over. And they're running scared. And they don't want us to rise. That's why they want to inject us with, these chemicals to abort our spiritual progression. And that's why they want to keep us inside, because this is directed at us to keep us away from the sun. They know that our spirituality is rising. They know that the religions are being dismantled. And they want to stop that rising tide of, melanin, that melanin energy.
Wow. That's what it's all about. That's what this whole thing is about right now.
Yeah. I didn't call us angels. They're the ones that made up the angel dust. They have these, whenever they come up with these labels and these words, they come up with these words for a reason. I didn't tell them to call us a messiah. We are messiahs.
That's right.
Collectively, they were looking for messiahs. That's why they want to spy on us. We're special people. We don't know how special we are.
Big shout out to Denise.
Know where we come from.
Big shout out to Denise Davis Norfus. Wow.
Yeah.
We got to keep coming. When you're ready, brother, just let me know. You know how we do.
All right.
Shoot me that text and say, hey, what are you doing? I'm like, listen, whatever I'm doing, I'm not going to be doing. We're going to come on again. I'm probably going to use the same banner and put part 2 so there's a similarity on the visual level. And we're going to go on in, and I'm ready to put in the time. Like I said, I'm up now just, doing some work, and I'm going to continue, and I'm going to get up. As soon as I get up, we're going to put some more content all day as the day goes on. So,
well, you are a beast. We got a beast in the house. His name is LANCESCURV, and we have to contain him. Contain that nigga. Put that nigger in a cage.
well, basically, it's ludicrous. I'm just a teddy bear. You know what I mean? I'm not out here to hurt nobody. They think I'm crazy, but they try to keep up. They get headaches. They lose sleep, and they say something's wrong with Lance because he never stops.
Now,
but custom model helped to make me this way. I
know you're crazy, Mike, but I ain't gonna make fun of you because you're crazy. So I got something to say, but I ain't gonna say it to your face.
Well, you know what? One thing I know, and this is back from the bodybuilding days. One thing I know, I may not be the best, but I refuse to be outworked. I'm not gonna be outworked.
I was never outworked in the gym.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You have the same spirit. You have the same.
There's no way you can get those types of results not without taking something. They're like, what do you take? I'm like, I'll take nothing.
But you have a tremendous work ethic.
Look at my father's physique. My father's naturally like that. I had to work for that.
Right. And I had to work for that too.
My father and my mother too. My mother, beautiful.
My father was like a spark plug, man. I mean, he was shorter, but he was built like a Mike Tyson, but extremely muscular when he was younger. But as he got older, you fade away. That's where you get it from. Yeah. Because like I said, growing up, and I'm seeing him, the tattoos on his arm from the service and everything, because he was in the British Navy. Just his arms, the powerlifting, the bodybuilding, the martial arts, the boxing, the stuff that he did younger still carried on. So I walked like him. I didn't have muscles. I'm walking around 6-7 years old. Like I had that mentality, so it was natural for me. And the whole strength thing, seeing him lift things and the heavy machinery that he worked with and all this stuff. And I come to learn that strength is in the mind. And he taught me a whole lot of things like that. So even now that I haven't been to the gym since 1985, I know I'm strong as far as the mental. That I don't have to say I have to be in the gym all these years, whatever, because I want to really get back. And really, Mike Tyson is inspiring me right now. But I want to be in my friend Mike Scott, who we trained together back as teenagers, back in the late 70s and early 80s, is coming around full circle with the freedom that I'm feeling from the inside, liberation from this system. I understand a whole lot more, and I'm going to make the best of it. This is going to be the best part of my life moving forward. I feel like a growing young man, even though I'm older, but I know myself so well. I know what makes me tick. And really, this part of it is fun. It's really fun. The hard work is fun. I love the fatigue that comes with it. I love the process. I have nothing to prove. It's just totally organic and a spiritual experience for me. So, there's going to be a lot that comes out of that because I'm going to be experimenting in different areas, of my life. I'm going to do some stand-up. I'm going to do some documentaries when I travel the world and do different things. And I'm claiming things. And I'm finding out, especially after Dr. Kang, how he taught me certain things on a spiritual level. The things I'm claiming are coming true. Look at this. I don't really travel nowhere. I started doing that more now early in the year. And by now, I probably would have hit 8 different destinations and brought back good footage and met with the people and stuff. But this thing stopped it, for now. It's okay. The best is yet to come. You know what I mean? The best is yet to come. You have to live that way. Even if you have a what they call a sickness or whatever, this is not it. Live life, run it down its throat all the way until to the end of this particular level. That's what I'm into.
I just saw a comment in the chat. Somebody was asking, what's the best type of business to start? And I do have business experience. I've been in business. It really depends on you. Me personally, I like writing because that's intellectual property, and that's something that makes money when you sleep. And I'm not interested in writing because I want to make money. I'm interested in writing because I want to influence the minds of the youth.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to get rich doing it, but and mainly I'm thinking about like children's books.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking about. But I think for him, I can't really tell you the best type of business to start, but I can say, if I were to look at a business, I look at a couple things to before I even get involved. Number one, ease of entry. It has to have low startup capital to get started. If it has a low startup capital,
yes,
and also something that's portable, meaning something that you can do and you not have to be confined to a single location. Something where you can do things, you can be in one state or another part of the globe. Something that has offers you the ability to have repeat sales, repeat business, and something that gives you an ability to earn something residually. Would be great. And then, of course, if you start a business, you also want to do something that people have. You look for needs.
Yes.
And you want to see if the need that these people have intersects with your belief system and also with your interests. Because if you're just interested in doing something just because you want to make money, but you're not really interested in it, let's say me, if I went into business to start doing something sports wise, I would hate it because I do not enjoy sports. I'm athletic, but I do not enjoy team sports. It bores me to death. I would never do anything with football, baseball, basketball, because, basketball is interesting, but I'm not like fixated on it. It's not like something I have to have, and it's not like a religion for me. And I've never even watched like a football game because I just don't like watching guys running around in tights. I'd rather watch some women playing volleyball,
For real.
You have to be interested in what you're doing and just
right.
for money. But look at the ease of entry, look at the low startup costs, and look at something where you don't have to have a lot of time to get trained, or something where you have to get certified to do it. But then I would also, it really depends on your interest. It depends on if you want to do something that's like trade related. Like if you do a trade, I know this coding thing is big, and a lot of people are doing that. That's big, and I know that a lot of people are doing what do you call that thing, Udemy, where they do. There's many different things that you can do, like
things you can teach. Yeah.
Things that you can teach, you can do. You can learn how to build websites, or you can have a crew of people that you assemble. That they can be in different parts. They can be in India, and they can be in different parts of the world. And you can just assemble a crew, and you don't really have to know how to do that, but you can learn how to assemble a crew that builds different types of websites. That would be a great business to, I think, to run, and you can do that remotely, and you don't have to. The pay is really good.
Mm-hmm.
So you assemble a team. That's one thing you can do.
Yes.
Assemble a team and have them work on building apps. And you can specialize in different types of apps. You can do, I would also maybe, me personally, I don't know what's happening with this world. I know what they're trying to do. Me personally, I'm more focused on not starting a business. I'm more focused on existing and surviving, because I know what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be a doom monger, but I'm saying if you look at my first video, Plandemic, and you see the facts that I laid out in that about this fake virus, then you'll see why I'm in survival mode.
Right. And we have to be.
I'm not into, making money. That's cool, but this the monetary system is in the process of being eliminated. And they have to eliminate it, and they had to do this for a multitude of reasons, because one reason was the economy was in the doldrums anyway.
It was, but they gave us the illusion that it was good. Because the bottom line is that even there were people who would tell me, oh, just in perspective conversation, oh, no, you don't want to sell your home because it's going to keep going up. And I'm like, the people I know that were thinking the opposite, and I agree with them, because I said, listen, home equity is an illusion. You can't go to the supermarket and say, you know what, give me a good price because I got more equity than the next person. It's an illusion. Right. You can't hold it in your hand. You can wake up the next day and it's gone. And in these times, it makes no sense to, look, having a house is not the thing right now. You got to have a place to live, but you're better off in a daggone apartment. Really. If you're moving, if you're seeing,
I agree.
But you have to have a goal. You just can't just go and do that, because the people in apartments are suffering also. Now, when the economy and the housing market truly crashes, people have to live somewhere. They're going to be grouping up in apartments, and an apartment's going to get expensive. You see, but what happens with no work? Because stores can open and everything's open, everything's good. No, it's not good, because there are people who are unemployed who don't have money to go into those stores. They don't tell you the full picture. You see what I mean? Yeah. And the second wave just doesn't mean a coronavirus. The second wave is the next bump in the crash of everything. The domino effect has been put in effect. You're not going to recuperate. Not to be a doomsayer. If you're smart, you can dodge it and minimize the damage. But if everything went back to what they say was normal before, the die is already cast, because the ripple effect. You see, and it's not going to hit us right now. It's going to hit us down in the fall or whatever. Then if there's a food shortage and we're controlled by that, and with these different laws coming out, where they can come into your, man, it's crazy. Black folks especially are going to be back in slavery the way they want it controlled. And plus we got drones,
Plus you got drones. So, that's why I'm not thinking about, if I were to start a business during this particular time, there's many opportunities. Like you can manufacture face masks. You can sell hand sanitizers. If I were to start a business now, that's what I would do. I would start, something like that. That's something that people think that they need. They don't need it, but they're buying it like crazy. So that's what I was selling. That's what I would do. And you can make your own. You can find ways to make your own hand sanitizer at home. Different websites and stuff will tell you how to do that. So that's a really cheap way to get into business. I know a lady that's doing that right now. But me personally, I'm interested in that. I'm interested in feeding my people and also sustaining myself.
Yes, and you're going to do it.
That's what I'm interested in doing.
You're going to do it.
Yep, that's what I mean. But me personally, I want to write books for children, illustrated books.
Yes,
with information and knowledge that they cannot get anywhere else. So, but that's where I am. So I hope I answered this question. Low cost, something you can get in and make money quickly, and something that people have a need for. And if you want to make money, put your money into commodities. Don't worry about buying no fancy car.
Oh, no.
Don't worry about buying fancy clothes. Don't worry about none of that. It's going to be worthless.
The goal is to be debt free, mortgage free, free of America, and be out of here when those borders open. There's no other way.
Eventually, you're going to have to separate anyway, because I know when Dr. Malachi York built those pyramids down in Georgia, he said he built those for a number of reasons, one of which was to let us know that we can never have anything here. That was one reason.
That's right. And you see, you have to be ready to let go of this American way of living, European way of living. It's different. You let it all go, because you see, that's why I say what money we may have, if we do have any at all, we're going to see it's paper, and that's all. While it has the value that it has, get something that can sustain you in a warm food producing part of the world where you can eat off of it completely. Not, a little patch of a garden, but eat full every day, all year. Have a structure built with solar power where you collect your own water, and you don't have to worry about heat because you're in a nice hot place anyway with fertile soil. And away from the masses of people, because we've been lied to feel as though as long as we're in a big city, we have security. No, when the resources are reduced, they become your enemy. When they're hungry, they will knock your door down, not for money, but they'll knock your door down to get in your refrigerator. You understand? Exactly. So you want to be away from that. You want to be away. I'm talking about where they couldn't get to you for like maybe 3 days if they walked straight or rode a bicycle because gas will be exhausted. These vehicles, there's a lot of things that people can't let go. I'm through with it. It's an illusion. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. Yeah, I'm
if this was a different time, I would tell that brother, join a company like Melaleuca. I'm not promoting Melaleuca. I don't work for them. I have nothing to do with them, but I've seen their business model. I've seen that people can make a ton of money with them. There's a lot of residual money that you can make with that company, and their products are, because they're trying to move everything online, and people like to buy online, that would be a perfect company to start, low startup cost. And if you promote that, yeah, you can make a ton of money.
That's right.
But like I said again, it will take you time to build it up. And right now, my time is geared towards, like I did that video called Survival Mode. I wanted people to know some of the things that they can do to survive if, they had no access to food. I told them about some things that they can do.
That's right.
Not that I have all the answers, but I'm just doing what I can to maybe save a life or help somebody to sustain themselves independently of some damn FEMA camp.
That's right.
You don't want to depend on them because they got nothing for you but death.
Exactly.
I'd rather be not even here than deal with them.
No, right. You want to be gone.
I'm serious.
That's 80%, 85%. But even still, the people say, well, all over the world's gonna be controlled. Listen, they ain't getting everybody. But see, we gonna do it to ourselves because we want to be near the malls. We want to be near the clubs. We want to be near other people. I'm on some old First Blood Rambo type stuff. It's like I said, get yourself in shape, understand how to use the food, the plants, the herbs for medicine, like Dr. King always preaches and Brother Yaga says, and it's a wrap. Just get away from these things that connect you to that
Learn
world.
as much as you can about surviving in nature. That's what I would tell people. Learn, like, for example, how would you survive? How would you keep yourself warm if you needed to sleep on the ground? Just as an example, how would you do that?
What's the question?
Like, I was saying, just a hypothetical, how would a person keep themselves warm if they're out in the woods and they need to keep themselves warm and they need to sleep on the ground?
Right.
Well, that's easy. All you do, you dig a hole. And remember I talked about cooking under the ground?
Yes.
And you will want to know how to do that because if you cook under the ground, nobody can smell what you're cooking because when a lot of people walk around with no food and they smell food, they coming for your food.
That's right.
So you need to know how to cook underground.
That's right.
And it doesn't make any smell when you cook underground. So, but when you cook underground, like I mentioned, you dig a hole maybe 2 by 3 by 1 foot deep, depending on what you're trying to cook or depending on how big it is, because it usually should be about 3 times the size of what you're trying to cook.
Right.
But you do that, you dig a hole, and then you, in that hole that you dig, you have to tile that hole with rocks. Ideally, the stones should be like flat. If they're not flat, then you're gonna have to have a bigger hole. But anyway, the premise is still the same. You dig a hole, you put rocks in that hole. The rocks will be something that you heat up. You apply some kindling material. You start a fire. You let the fire burn. You let the fire burn out. Once the fire burns out, then you have a hot bed of coals that will cook your food for you. So you move the charcoal to the side, or the burnt material after it burns out, and then you put your food, or you put maybe some organic material on top of that. Then you put the food that you want on top of that, or you maybe wrap it inside of a leaf or something that's organic that you can eat. And then you put grass on top of that, and then you cover that with something, and then you cover that with dirt, and then you let it cook. Then you come back 2 hours later and you got your food and nobody smells anything. So those types of things people need to know how to do, and you need to know how to, like, say, how to create fire without a match.
Exactly.
How to do that.
I'd love to have you on with Mr. Scurv and Brother Quaker. They grew up in the mountains in Jamaica, up in I'm not going to say exactly where, but they had no modern conveniences growing up, so they had to learn from scratch.
Love to live there.
Yeah, I mean, they'd get up every morning 4:30 in the morning and go down 5 miles to get buckets of water, and then they would cook their food, prepare it fresh. You see what I mean? Then now, wait, this is before school. They didn't have to make up their beds, whatever, and they had to walk to school. And then when they got to school, they had to run 10 miles every day before class. So this is why Brother Quaker's the way he is. You know what I mean? Riding his bike 95 miles one day and 50 miles next day. He's a top biker here in Central Florida. He'll never tell you that.
Wow.
but the discipline with his business and his company, construction, these are valuable things that you don't have to pay anybody when you know to do them yourself. So no matter how much money a person has, when the money goes down, what skills do you have for survival? So they both bring that. It reminded me when you were telling me, because Mrs. SCURV was saying the same thing about cooking food under, you know, we're going to have to part with these weaves and these fingernails and all of this foolishness. And the men, you have to part with certain things. We have to live basic. And see, that's going to bring us closer to spirituality. These other things are distractions and illusions. And we think by being religious, we're spiritual. But then there's going to be a lot of crying going on when you have to realize, well, I got all these mosquitoes around me. How do I live around these mosquitoes? What do I have to do? What do I rebel myself around nature? What I did learn, and I'm going to shut up and let you finish it up. What I did learn when I was out in Ghana last year was that whenever you live somewhere for a sizable amount of time, like say 15, you have a family home and everything, and okay, say you're out, way out, because Accra's a busy city like anything else, but say, because we were Kumasi, Accra, Elmina, the Volta region. The Volta region is straight off the chart. Nothing out there, okay? So you would notice that people who were there, man, it was beautiful. I never slept, so there was no electronic anything. Everything was organic. The mangoes, man, even Kwaku being a Jamaican, right? A real bushman, a real yard man. He said, listen, these Ghana mangoes blow Jamaican mangoes away, right? So this is what I meant to say, that the doctors, before they would come to the home, if you were ailing, they would walk around your home, your structure, whatever it was, especially if you just moved there last week, this is not going to work. But they would walk around your home and look at the types of bushes that were growing. And the bushes told them what was wrong with you on the inside. Because nature, if you have a lot of malaria, you're going to see a lot of neem bushes around. If you see certain things that treat diabetes, you're going to see those trees and bushes around. Nature gives you the answer to what you need in that particular scenario. Here's another thing. When you plant something, right? Say you plant something like an apple or even a mango, you have a mango seed or whatever have you. If you put that mango seed, partially because they're pretty big, but any kind of seed of any kind of fruit or vegetable, before you plant it, you must put it in your mouth and let the saliva soak into it. You know why? Because anything that is going to ail you, you are custom designing that plant to grow to aid you in your physical, how could I say it? It's going to be, it's customized to your body. You get physiology. The water. And see, this is the beautiful thing for those who spit out watermelon seeds, and live there. You are customizing those seeds to be geared towards your body, where it still will benefit anybody, but it's going to be a higher percentage customized to being a designer food for you. Wow. You understand? So so it's a lot of things that, especially him being a shaman, have taught me, and things that I learned from Brother Kwaku, Mr. SCURV, a lot of things. It's like this, and I told this one before. At the house, we had a bunch of ants that were crawling around real slow. Now, this being Florida, they can get in little cracks here or there, whatever, little tiny ants. And they weren't trying to run away. They were just walking around in circles real slow, And the thing is that, I said, well, why are these ants coming around and walking around like they're drunk? She said, that means, she says, oh, you didn't know? Because my father's from Jamaica, right? She says, oh, you didn't know? I said, no. She says, well, that means there's a whole lot of rain coming. Not one big rainstorm, but days and days of heavy rain. The severity of how they walked around drunk indicated. Now, see, these are things that you're not going to learn in a European book. So there's a lot of things we've been taught that's cheap filler that's not going to keep us to survive. Because when you look at America, when you look at just America too, not just the Caribbean, but all of America, the natives that were here, this cold weather up in New York City, they were there. They were in Philadelphia. What you call that now? They were in the South. They were here. They knew everything. The land talks to you. We are connected to this land. But like Brother Fred from the One Africa, his name is One Africa, in the chat room, women who wear these high heels and their feet are not touching the ground, that's going to affect you. Not good. Like Dr. Kang told me, lots of guilt in a woman helps to bring on fibroids. Not that you are guilty or it's the only reason, but there are different things that he looks at as a shaman who can look in your eye and tell you what's wrong with you. You see what I mean? So the 2 weeks that I spent out there with him and the spiritual work that he did with me, he rewired me. And I'll be going out there more soon, but he's going to build a hospital in Ghana, and it's going to be to cure people. It's not going to be to heal people. I mean, it's going to be to heal people and cure them, but not just to take away the symptoms and get them drugs, but to actually heal them and cure them. And so what he says is that he's not going to have any doctor there that is just going to, they have to have a cure for something.
They've been brainwashed.
You can't come there unless you have a cure. You understand? So this is why he's laying low. You know, even though Oprah and Ellen DeGeneres is trying to get, he showed me his phone. He showed me the text message from Oprah trying to get him. He said, "No, I don't want that." You guys, you guys, you're not going to Dr. Sebi me.
Don't even deal with Oprah. That woman is crazy.
But this is a guy who stops. He can stop rain. He can call animals out the tree. I'm seeing this with my own eyes.
Wow.
The day I went down there,
we have that power.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get him on this week too. But like I said, a lot of things, man, my whole world is, my mind is blown. This is what helped me to give me the confidence to see what was there. I walk with no fear in a society. I don't get scared, but I'm saying this as a figure of speech. I get scared thinking about how I used to think and how I used to think the system was gonna work along, and this is the way it's done.
Yeah, that scares me. But now nothing scares me. I know. Yeah, you're right. I feel the same way.
Exactly. If I knew then what I know now, and I had hints of it. I was always a very connected person, even in my wild, decadent 20s. You know what I mean? I still was brought up to be aware of the spiritual, but now it's hitting me now. And that's why every day is wonderful. And I seek out the higher knowledge, and this other stuff that they put inside is ridiculous, you know, and it's wonderful, you know. It's the thing, the practices that I do, the herbs, the different things that I'm taking, he's giving me, and the things he put in my head, and the spiritual, he helped to clean up a lot of spiritual things. He, you know, there are a lot of things that were sent my way that he defeated, put it that way, and told me exactly what it was. I was saying, you right on point. He's 100% batting 100%. The guessing and the posturing, he doesn't do. He's the real thing. You know what I mean?
You don't need to do that.
He broke me down. Yeah. He broke me down and built me back up. I mean, it was February, right? And we had a session, a spiritual session, because on that live stream, he showed a lot of the things that he never showed people before, things that were passed down from his grandfather, you know, who was one of the last people to levitate, fly, okay?
Wow.
You know, so he shared some things with me, some that I can reveal, some things that I can't. But when he went into the spiritual realm with me, he pointed out all these different things and untangled a lot of things. I wasn't walking around confused and like that, but he made me more efficient. You see what I mean? And he told me these things, and he broke me down. He broke me down and had me in tears crying. See, I'm not too proud to say, I'm not crying of anything I'm hiding or anything, but realizations like, man, you're right.
I mean, we have a woman inside of us. We have that in our genetics.
And then he told me after he told me what he told me, the things. He said, man, he says, I know you're really about it, because most men wouldn't have taken that whipping like I just gave you. You know what I mean? The ego would have kicked in, but I don't. This is what pisses people off when they battle me or they try to funny business. I don't have any ego like that. I have healthy ego as much as you can, but I don't have any excess that gets me caught up in the stupidness. This is why I have longevity online with the knuckleheads who come at you sometime, every single day. I see over that. Exactly. I'm here right now where I am, but I see tomorrow. And I feel it and taste it and touch it. And I'm not going to let the present stop me from, you know, these people who want to battle you now on different levels and come at you with funny, stupid stuff. They don't see their future. They have a hopeless life because they're right now trying to gain some edge on an ego level. I don't play that. I'm looking 10, 20 years. I'm looking beyond what they call death. I'm not afraid of that. As a matter of fact, most of the people I'm down with are over there on the other side. You see what I mean?
If I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do, I'm worried, but I'm doing what I'm supposed to do.
Exactly. So, as long as you do that and live life to the fullest and do your best every single day and live in your destiny and your purpose, you're okay.
Yeah.
You know, this is a heck of a journey. I enjoy it every day. You know?
Yeah, me too.
That's right.
Me too. I enjoy it. I really do.
And the ayahuasca experience is the bomb. I'm going to do that the next time I go down. They said that I'll be ready for it then, and it's going to be It's going to be awesome. He says, man, when you come out of that, he says, you're going to be that. You're going to be you to the 1,000th power. I'm like, wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I talked to Brother Sweet. He
I
brought through.
need to get in touch with him because I know people that could use his services.
It's coming. It's coming.
But yeah, you should do a show on that, like that. I want to do some shows on that too, on what I learned about nature.
Yeah,
with a mate.
The conversations that we had, because what he did, he flew in a few of his business partners, and you know he has lots of businesses all over, and he flew them in. He says, Lance, I want to fly them in, and we're gonna hang out this next week. I said, okay, cool, and he really did that. And then we hung out. We just hung out. There's a lot of stuff that's not on videotape. We went between, you know, his properties, and there was one, his center, and we all grouped up over there and talked until we fell asleep. Man, it was just like, it was phenomenal. Free. We were free. I didn't think of nothing else. I mean, I was doing my little recordings and stuff, whatever, but we weren't on the fly, but it really helped me. The experience, I had some experiences, man, so I see it clear. So those who want to come get it and run with your feelings hurt, because this is every day that comes, I'm like a storm over the hot, you know, over the Gulf waters, increasing in intensity. You know what I mean?
That's good. Yeah, he sounds like an interesting guy.
Yes. So yeah, when we go out to the motherland again, and Dr. King does his thing, and he's going to show me some things and whatnot, and I'm just so enthusiastic. You know, somebody who was born into that saw something in me enough to share it. You know.
Yeah, well, you need to do a class on what we were talking about tonight about the nature stuff.
Yeah.
Some stuff that I learned about nature, I know people may not know this, but when I tell them this, they'll see why they really need nature. Like, really, why?
Nature's it. I mean, this thing is put together to take us away from nature. I want nothing of this existence as it is. I despise it. I'm here now. I'm utilizing the technology and things to do what I do. But I was speaking to Brother Kwaku earlier. He was actually going to do a show, but Brother Yago went on longer, so he said, no, let him flow, and we'll do something down in a week. But I was telling him, I said, man, I can't wait to get rid of my cell phone. I am not going to have, I'm not even going to be around. I'm going to keep something, but it's not going to be near me. I'd have to go take.
I don't even use it.
Go a mile to get it. You know what I mean? Or somebody else's thing. I'm not going to, I'll do my shows, but I'm going to do it. I'm not going to reveal too much, but I'm going to do it in a way where I can't be tracked on that level. And I just want to get away all the way. That way I felt out in the Volta region, it was a 9-hour drive from Kumasi. And I tell you, when I went out there, I have never felt so much. I slept down to a comatose level and came up, the air, just everything basic. I loved it. The food was so powerful. The people were just so, I mean, okay, put it this way, and I'm going to be funny. I'm going to be funny as I say this. We were so deep in that part of Africa that, you know, all the chicks walked around with their titties out. Okay, that you don't get no more basic than that. But it wasn't about sex, because we sexualize women's breasts, right? But all I'm saying is that it's like it don't get no better than that as far as being at one with yourself and the respect and the love and the togetherness, the unity. And I saw no one mean mugging each other. I saw no men looking at a woman in a sexual way, even for the most part in the cities that we traveled through. They had some shapes on them out there, and I'm not looking at them. It's just what it was. And I observed. I see guys walk past them, and I'm like, they didn't even turn around and say anything to them.
We've been turned out over here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Dog.
Yeah, in a sense of love and togetherness. How people say, "Oh, they don't like us over there." No, I didn't. I had the cameras rolling. Did you see that? I mean, I had the cameras rolling, man, the whole time. Did you see anybody? Exactly.
I had some Ethiopian food yesterday, man. It was so good. Man, it was so good. I wanted to choke the guy that gave me the food. It was so good. I wanted to choke him. Like, man, woo, delicious. Ethiopian, and I felt so good giving him my money.
Wow. And just growing in that soil over there, you know, it's just a whole different feel. Whew. Man.
We'll get back. We'll get back to. I'll give you guys some revelations of what I've learned from Mother Nature and how it can benefit you, like, immediately.
Get some rest, brother, because like I said, we'll ollie and Fraser it, and we'll both be swollen up in the mornings. But I'm gonna be up for another little while. You know what I mean? And I just want to make a promise that wherever I go, the camera will go to the experiences that we have. I promise to bring you with me, and no matter where it is I go, except the bathroom, yeah. But the proof is in the pudding. Show and prove. That's what I'm into. And after I do my little things with Dr. Kang and hit the motherland on a visit again, it's gonna be on. Trust me. So a lot of inspiring on people.
Honey said she would love a show like that. Well, you're going to get it, honey, because you're going to be amazed at what I got to tell you about nature. Amazed. Yeah. And what Lance told me just a minute ago was amazing.
Say it again?
What you just told me about nature is amazing. I want to hear more of that.
Yeah. And let me tell you something. One more thing I'll say. The day I was supposed to touchdown in Houston, it was supposed to be really bad as far as the rain is concerned. And I said, oh man, this is, it's natural. It's no problem. But when I got there, the clouds were way off to one side of Houston and it didn't touch the part that I was in. And it was so funny because Dr. Kang was like, I cannot have you come here and it's raining. So I had to stop the rain. I'm like, this guy.
That dude. I don't know him, but know him.
Man, let me tell you, it was an absolute gift, a precious gift to be around him and his wife, his sister Isis. I'm telling you. And she's like that too. She could read you and whatnot. And she told me things about myself and,
Well, they'll tell me right away that they'll know. Brothers, I let them know. I put myself to the test. They'll tell you all about me.
Oh, yeah. They'll know immediately.
They'll know.
Wow. Brother, get some rest, brother. Get some rest.
All right, man. Well, it's been my pleasure. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And hope to get back to you guys real soon.
Yes, indeed.
More revelation.
Yes, indeed.
All right, my brother.
All right, man. Have a good night's sleep.
All right. Appreciate it now.
Okay, peace.
All right.
Peace.
All right.
Yes. I want to thank everybody for being here and riding out with us into the wee hours, which, the way I sound, I can do a little more. But I have some things I'm going to do on the computer. That's the most of what I do. The shows are just the tip of the iceberg, but I'm just so glad that everybody's here. And it just breathes life into my life. I have no time for a midlife crisis at 57 years old, right? I'm so busy, and I don't mean I'm busy, but I'm just so taken up with the next level. What's next? What can I do to make things better? What's the next experience? Now, today is tomorrow, right? Like we say, okay, tomorrow, it's already, that next day. So I always say to myself, who am I going to meet tomorrow? Who's going to be instrumental in advancing my view and my sight? I want to go higher. I look for those things. And sometimes they can come in a very unexpected way. It doesn't always come the way that we expect. And sometimes you can have a mishap, a flat tire, a broken window, some kid playing and breaks the window. Now you got to go fix the thing that will bring you into that next reality or bring you to someone or some situation that would take you to that next level. Possibly you might get fired one day. It may not be a bad thing. It may be to get you out of that situation so other doors can open. That being said, there are things that you can do to speed up the process if you know and have your spiritual eye wide open. That, you'll say, hey, this is over with. It's something else for me. It's almost like yesterday again. Well, not yesterday. Now, technically, it's the day before. But I got up and I have, Leon, you're a young kid, man, not an old man like me, right? But it was like, 2 days ago, I got up. I created a video. I talked for 2 hours on this recording and I was throwing down and I was all, expressing myself. And I don't ever say, oh, that was good. But I put it down on that one, brought it inside, put the card in, and it said the file was corrupted. And I tried every trick in the book to bring it back and I lost it. Then I went to the park, did a quick live stream to explain a few things. And even that cut off, but the stream was on as far as the chat room, but the stream was done. The phone got hot and it stayed on a couple hours. I said, you know what? This is the universe telling me, back up, sit down, and look what I've been blessed with today, right? The show with Brother Yaga and now with Brother Zamal, and the length. I love putting in the work. I make short videos sometime, but I can do 50 million, like 3-minute videos or 5, I want to get into your deep subconscious mind where you fall asleep to the show and you got to get up the next day and go back at it again. I like that deep subconscious stuff. We cover all bases and we can free flow, and you'll understand that it's the spirit leading you in that conversation. It's the surface. You hit the surface or a topic. You want to express yourself fully, and you want to go off topic and come back on topic and, take a cerebral trip of the mind. That's what you want, because we have all this other stuff competing for our attention, but it's only on a surface level, but it can sink deep. I mean, there are times when I used to watch TV and say, let me put on the news and see. Now, the only thing I use the news for is the visuals. If there's a war going on somewhere, let me see the visual of what's going on. But I talk to people in different countries directly because of the reach of the show, and I have email addresses and say, okay, Czechoslovakia, let me go to my Czech. I know somebody over there. Hey, what's really going on? And we got to learn to look at the websites from those places that they're talking about on CNN, Headline News, and Fox. We got to look at those comment sections in those places, in those countries, on those little websites that report the news and get it from the horse's mouth, and throw me your email address and say, hey, I'm living over here in the United States, in Florida. I want to know, this is what they're saying, but what's the real deal? And those are the kind of conversations that I want to have. I remember there was many years ago, I think it was like 2014, or it had to be 2014. There was an Egyptian woman who called me who was actually raped. She had some procedure that had to be done, some kind of hernia or something like, I don't know what it was, but either she was in, I think either it was Egypt she was in. And she asked me, I don't know how the heck she found me, but she said, listen, I know you're going to put the story out there. I'm an activist, and this is a male-dominated society, and I want to tell you that I was raped, and I didn't have any footing to stand on because it didn't acknowledge it. So I had to go to Lebanon before I got traction legally, and I'm still having a good time. I'm still having a rough time. I'm thinking about a good time when I hit that snack, right? Yeah, it might have been a good time in the minds of the guys who thought they were violating her, right? But she asked me, she says, can I tell my story? And then she told half in English and the second half in Arabic. It bugged me out. It was like a 3-hour show. So she just talked, and she said, and she was an excellent speaker, but she kept apologizing for, her broken English, which she said was broken English. Dr. Mona Brockett, I was texting with her last night, and she kind of, to be honest with you, we did a show last year on Ghana, and she attacked me on the show. Oh, they sold us into slavery and all, and they this and it's bad. And I said, wait a second, I didn't say never come on the show, but she just stayed away. I know she has health problems, but we were texting most of the night last night, and she felt kind of funny about that. And I told her, I said, listen, you've never been there. I've been there. I'm not the specialist of all of Africa, but I'm here to tell you it's not like that. I said, you're really acting like an agent. How could you, I'm telling you and I'm showing you what it is. And it's like, I'll put it this way. There's so many people out here who have received success on this, in this American system, European way of thinking, and they're up with whoever they think they're up with. And I have this status now. But now, as the system is crumbling, it's a bitter pill to realize now you've got to get back to the end of the line and learn the real stuff and realize that all you put this energy into is just an illusion, And that was a show last year. That we did. So, a lot of people don't want to face this. It's a nightmare for many people as this thing crumbles. And you realize that some of these guys who you would say is a conspiracy theorist, they were right on point. I'm not saying I'm right on point, but if you go and listen to a lot of the videos I did 2 years ago, 5 years ago, this YouTube channel is 10 years old now. Most of the time I didn't take it serious because, when I started, I'm a political illustrator. Go to LANCESCURV.com and hit the art gallery. That's what I started out doing online. Then I wrote to explain what a lot of the pieces that I had. There are a lot of prominent people big in the industries and stuff who know my work, but they can't stand by it because it's too controversial. I've been at this for 20 years. Well, 2021 makes full 20 years of everyday work on some level or not. I've been around before YouTube. I had a huge following before YouTube came, not for things on YouTube. There are people who know me on YouTube who don't even know my prior manifestation. And so now as this has evolved, I'm getting back into the art and the blogging and stuff. Dr. King demanded 2 books out of me. He says, you got to get at least 1 book, but nicer to do 2. And we discussed that because he's going to bring me into different worlds. He says he's in groups that are involved that to be a part of their group, you're going to have to pay at least $10,000 and have a book published. He says these are people who do not play. You have different levels of people out here, and he can't mess with anybody who's not aspiring to go to certain levels. I mean, it's deep. It's other things. Now, hearing that partially may sound not proper, but that man is driven. He is driven. He is so driven. I don't know anybody. I mean, yes, Brother Kwaku, yes, he's driven. He's very disciplined. But Dr. Kang is driven over and above, and it shows you what a person can do within 24 hours, but he's completely cleansed. He wakes up early in the morning and writes a chapter or 2 for his books. He's been knocking out books every month. He's flying all over the place when he can, because, this thing has slowed us down, but him and his wife work like clockwork. They got like 4 or 5 phones that they do business through as they go anywhere. They say, this is our office, our phones. We travel, we do whatever. And they work together synergistically. It's very much an inspiration. I mean, when you see them, you'll realize how, I'm not saying anybody here is wasting their time, but you learn how to be more efficient with your time. You see what I mean? And he is not into this whole system thing. He can't wait to do whatever he has to do here and get out of here. And he's never coming back. And I feel the same way too. It's a big world out here. And again, there are a lot of people who can't face it, that, you have these positions now and realize that it meant nothing at all. It meant nothing at all. So you will attack somebody who sees something different, who fully embraces it and stuff. But we cool, that's the thing, Yeah. And there are other groups that you better have even more, and these people, they showed me videotapes, and he introduced me to a lot of people. He put me, he didn't just say, this is what I do and this is what I am. He connected me to a lot of people that I would never have a chance to connect with. And he put me in good graces. And so this is what I know. And this is why I can never go back to I can't even go back to the pre-Ghana thinking of LANCESCURV. And I was there from April 25th to May 13th or 14th last year. And that was so much of a change with a lot of things that I was experiencing. So growth-wise, I'd say the last year grew me 15 years in spirituality and just outlook. And I had many experiences. And when I went out with Dr. Kang there and I stayed there after a week, he said, oh, you want to stay another week? And I was like, sure. Spiritual experiences that I never had before, and realizations that I was like, wow, I just can't go back to being the same. So the confidence is more than, not that I ever lacked the confidence, but it's a super drive to see his practices, what he does and how he deals with the day. If it's not something that's going to take you to the next level, if it's not something that's going to bring you information, he's aggressive. He doesn't want it around him. He's aggressive towards stuff. Every night he'd pick a subject of something he didn't know. Say on a YouTube video, for example. It's not like he does YouTube videos like that, but he chooses something and finds information, and he puts it right there in the little pillar on the front of his truck, like between the front seat and the driver, and leans it up and listens to it and drives for 2 and 3 hours up and down Houston, absorbing this work. His wife is in. He'll usually have 2 or 3 other people. I want you to absorb this. I want everybody to shut up. Now, he's not rude, but you have to take that part of him because he's tough on himself. If you're going to be a champion, if you're going to ascend to the next level, and you see the one who's training you tough on himself at the level that he's on, I mean, the level that he's on, there are things I cannot reveal. He knows I'm not going to reveal them, but believe you me, he is a real thing. I'm not on anybody's jock strap. I don't brown nose nobody. You know how I am, but he's got my whole complete respect. Just to be in his presence took me up so many notches. Even when we were driving around, because like I said, he has different businesses and stuff, and money making is a game for him on that level. But he's like Robin Hood. He'll do for his people. You know what I mean? And people from all over the world have flown in to consult with him. And I could tell it. He was like, yeah, there was a guy from the UK who owned all these businesses who was basically having a nervous breakdown. And he wanted him for the day. He's like, Dr. King, I got to talk to you. I got to talk to you. I'm flying out now. I'll pay you whatever you want. And Dr. King said he sat with him for 11 hours. And the guy wrote the check. And he was basically, going to give him a break. But he told me, he said, go in the glove compartment. I haven't even cashed his check yet. And I said, okay, I want you to see how much he paid me for 11 hours because he knows what I had was valuable for him. I said, what? $26,000 this joker gave you? And he gives. This is another thing. I've seen him hand out $300, $400, $500 out of his hand to people who he knew needed it. Not just somebody who's begging and panhandling or the camera was there and he's doing this for one-man upmanship. But my eyes are sharp, not because I'm a New Yorker or worked in jails and prisons, but my peripheral is sharp. And I see him call people over who needed something. There was a woman who was walking across the street with a daughter who looked just perfectly fine. And he handed her some money and he told her what she needed it for. And she started crying. That's that spiritual thing. He knows. Freaked me out. He knows. And he's cool with it. He knows things that other folks may think are bad, but he knows things that he just tells you regular. He's walked up to people in the street. We were in a vegan restaurant and there were people sitting there and they started talking with him. They kept staring at him. He's like, hi, how you doing? Come on over, sit down with us. I got you on the dinner. Let's talk. He said, you need to stop eating this so-and-so and so-and-so. And also your family member who's stressing you need to let them go and stop enabling them. Most of his work is not just the body and herbs and vitamins. That's 5% of it. Whenever he drops down in a city, he has different WhatsApp groups, different ones, and he'll just announce it. He puts out the dress and they come and they'll be up all night doing ceremonies and practices. That's all I'll say. See what I mean? So it exposed me to a lot that I knew the beginnings of those roads, but to travel down those roads even more blew my mind. And I know I'm on the right track. And I know what's coming for me if I do what I have to do. He told me that. So for the haters out there or people who think they can get in my way, I'm going to steamroll you. You see? And I don't have the powers of him, but he's going to tell me some things, And we talk frequently. So I'm going to be coming out there very soon. And like I said, it's really a wonderful thing. Anyway, I got a little more work to do, and I'm going to focus on that so I can have a couple new things to bust out with, pretty things up. You got to keep things nice. You know what I mean? Even if you only have 2 pairs of pants, keep them, pressed with a nice crease in them and keep them clean and walk tall. It's not about money. It's not about possessions. It's how you present yourself. You have a person who has all the nice clothes. I don't know why I'm saying this. I'm saying this. All the nice clothes in the world. But they have a nasty demeanor and nasty attitude. They won't get anywhere. You can have a person who's humble, who doesn't have much, and they have manners and they have respect, and you can walk amongst kings and queens with that. You know what I mean? That's something that my mother always told me, and that's something that I know. And I just want to throw that out there. Yes, he is. Yes. That's what I want to do too, Leon. But I give in the ways that I can give. But the money is coming. He said not to worry about that. I don't. It's coming. And other things are coming. But my goal is not money. And I do appreciate all who help for the physical things that I need to do and things I have to pay for. Because, you got to pay for things. I do appreciate that. But I do try to show at the same time that I'm willing to put that work in. This is not like, okay, how you doing, everybody? This show is going to be about this. It's only going to be 15 minutes. But give me this and give me that and give me this and give me that. No. You'll see that the universe will call for it when it comes, when I need it, because many of you have helped me right on time. I'm okay. I'm not on the curb. But to do this on this magnitude and what you all have blessed me with on that level, and just your good graces from your heart, just the good feelings you send my way, that's energy. That's the real thing behind it. That's what keeps me going. You know what I mean? Because if you're not sincere about this, if you're not really about it, it's going to weigh you down and chew you up. I live this. A great part of my day, most of my day, is to building this up to help other people so that long after I'm gone, you have something to listen to and have something that can affect people generations to come. That's what it's really all about, because this life is just a pit stop to eternity. We're just passing through 80 years, 90 years, 100, whatever it is. Even if it's 1,000 years, you're going to be more there on the next level than you are here. And we came from somewhere else too. You know what I mean? So it's just a journey. And I'm glad to be right here on the journey. You know what I mean? And on that note, I'm going to play your song. I'm going to play your favorite song. And I'm going to be out. But I'm still going to be up for another hour. It's 3:05. I'll hit the sack by 4. But I want to do some of this work behind the scenes, you know, and meditate too. And I should have been asleep a long time ago. But I say when I'm up, I'm going to meditate. And actually, I'm going to go outside, bare feet in the soil. The sun's not up yet. But as soon as the sun comes up, I'm going out there half sleep and do the same thing again. You know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you so much. And we will be back. I might jump up in 2 or 3 hours and do another one. I don't know. I'm going by my body. You know, that's what we have to go through. Put the work in and just steamroll the agents because they can't last. They feed off of you. You know, we're levitating. We're going higher, you know, and it's all about that. For the good people that are out there. Everybody, good night. Peace.
My Lord is I lost my love. To the groove, I live. My Lord is I lost my love. To the groove, I live. My Lord is I lost my love.
Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's strictly a place of fear that we're operating from. And the fact is that we're not going to get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, man, you got to be careful of what you say. And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand here and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, oh man, I'm worried about this. Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry when is white supremacy going to get him. These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
Paralyzed. consequences.
So what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as strong black men, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying? We see these things, and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that, here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? I'll give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed the family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're gonna cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for the, you know, I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there, because the God ain't gonna give me no food. And if you don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not gonna go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, you know, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up and we're hoping. We are hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people, is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is, I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So, my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and fire water. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
Once again, thank you all so much. If you're going to sleep, have a good night's sleep or good morning sleep. And if you're starting your day, have a great day ahead of you. I will be here. We never stop. This is what I've committed to. And tomorrow we're going to have more. Don't know who it's going to be. I have an idea, but it's going to be good. Take care. Have a good night. SCURV out.